All right, everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, March the 19th. We're about to begin the first part of the meeting. We're just going to start off with singing of O Canada and the land acknowledgement, and then we're going to go directly into an in-camera meeting, which will take place in Committee Room 1, just off of Council Chambers. We've got to deal with some in-camera matters there, and then we'll be coming back into the council meeting. So first off, as we start all of our meetings, I'd like to welcome all of you here today in council. Thank you for being here and all of our staff. We're going to start off with the singing of O Canada. So tonight we have a special guest who's going to be singing for us. Her name is Victoria. And Victoria, are you there, honey? There's Victoria. She's a little cutie pie. Victoria is 7 years old, and she attends Prince Philip French Immersion School. She's in grade 2. So we're going to ask her to step up to the microphone and make sure that it's at the right height for her. We're going to ask everybody to stand up in one moment, honey. Victoria loves to sing. She loves to play the piano, and she loves to dance.
When I was 2, I sung it when I was little. I did.
And she's not shy. She sings at Stamford Lane United Church. She loves gymnastics, arts, and crafts. She's a little dynamo. I am so excited. We did the interview before the meeting, and now she's ready to sing O Canada. Are you ready, honey? Okay, Victoria, whenever you're ready, go ahead and sing O Canada.
O Canada, our hope and native land, true patriot love, in all our sights command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on God for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on God for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
So, Victoria, I think you have a future with Canada's Got Talent. They film it at the old G stage right here in Niagara Falls. Maybe you might eventually work your way to the stage. That was fantastic. You did a terrific job. I want to say on behalf of all of us, thank you very much. You were great. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can stick around for the rest of the meeting if you like, honey. No? Okay.
I want my pizza.
Yeah, Mommy, start the car. Start the car. Thank you, honey. Hey, she's already waving to all her fans. Wow. She's a... All right, that was terrific. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, now that we've done the O Canada part of the meeting, we're going to get started. Councillor, we're going to start the meeting now. Next up is the land acknowledgement and the traditional meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Sago, thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this city of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of like a treaty or an agreement between nations even to utilize space, a common space, so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, they have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink, and it's brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so anytime that anyone is thirsty, needs a drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. And anyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job, because we have sometimes 200, 300 people at our ceremonies. And if it were left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help with that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help make that juice so that it can be dispersed to everyone around there. And so we recognize that that dish with one spoon is that concept, and it's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor that this is being embraced, that this is a part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening in our communities. To build that bridge, and I can see that the city of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those lights in the falls to orange, helping our Indigenous populations in and around this area. And so we recognize and offer that gratitude that this is happening, that it's continuing, and we look for further togetherness with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Jackie. We're grateful together for the land that we share. So now I'm going to turn to our clerk. Mr. Clerk, I understand we're about to go in camera. How many motions do we need here?
Yes, Your Worship, we do have two resolutions to go in camera tonight. The first one is just for tonight's meeting, and the matters are listed on the resolution. The second resolution is for May 14th. May recall that we've already passed a resolution to go in camera for a special meeting on May 14th, and that's to deal with an education session on social services grant funding. It's been brought to our attention that we need to pass a resolution to also go in camera that evening for legal advice regarding development charges. So you'll see two motions listed for in camera, one for this evening and one for May 14th.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Lococo, that we go in camera. So it's two, again, you heard two resolutions, one for tonight, one for May the 14th. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So folks, we are going to be going in camera now, so you'll have a little bit of time. We did have Camiso's Fresh Foods was kind enough to bring us some traditional St. Joseph feast treats that today is also in Italy. Today would be actually Father's Day. So there's two flavors. We're going to have them out there, so feel free if you need to use the washroom or whatever you need to do. Mr. Clerk, any idea on expectations for how long we'll be in camera?
I could give you an estimated time, and I will be wrong.
Okay. Would you give us a range? Is that possible? You nail it in a range?
I'm hoping we're out of there in the next 45 minutes, but I'm really not sure.
That's the hope. We'll see how it goes. So thanks, folks. We're now going to convene in camera. Thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome back, and thank you as we resume our city council meeting tonight for Tuesday, March the 19th. We just came back from an in-camera meeting, getting solicitor-client privileged information as well as some other details. So what we're going to do now is we resume an open council. I'm going to go to our municipal clerk and ask him to guide us next steps of the agenda, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. At this time, we're just going to move up the ratification of in-camera in case there's any members of the public that were sticking around for that, and it'll just take a few moments, and then we'll pick up where we left off in the agenda. So as the Mayor mentioned, Council just met in camera on a couple of matters. The first one for matters dealing with legal advice for development charges, and there's nothing to ratify there. And then the second matter is a staff report, and this was pursuant to a council direction from February 6th when a resident brought forward a proposed moratorium on aggregate. The following motion comes out of tonight's in camera, that council take no position neither to decline or accept in respect of the request for a moratorium or an intern control bylaw at this time, due to the fact that there is a pending application before staff. Just to delay any questions from taking place in tonight's chamber, a press release will be forthcoming.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we're looking for a motion for ratification of the in-camera. Councillor Patel and seconded by Councillor Strange. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. And Mr. Clerk, next up on the agenda, are we moving to adoption of the minutes and disclosures? Okay, so we're looking for an adoption of the minutes of two meetings, February the 27th and March the 4th. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Campbell. If there's no discussion to the minutes, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. We're now looking for disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures? Okay, it looks like we have no disclosures, Mr. Clerk. So you know what that means. That means we go to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. This is the mayor's reports and announcements. So here we are. So they're not too long, but just long enough. So first off, on a sad note, we start with our obituaries. We offer our sympathy to the families of Jakob Antolich, father of Captain March Antolich from Fire Services. Our sympathies also to Nonie LeBlance, one of our school crossing guards. Sympathies to Marilyn McFa, retired city employee from our finance department. Also to Robert West, father of Sam West of our fire services. Also sad for the loss of Bobby Peischer and the Peischer family, longtime volunteer with GNBA, who we had in here last year getting a special award. And also to Janet Jessup, member of the Mayor's Accessibility Committee. So our sympathies go out to all the families who have lost someone dear to them. Moving on to a more positive note, we talk about birthdays in the chamber, and of course, in 2 days, we'll be celebrating Councillor Patel's birthday. So Councillor Mona Patel, happy birthday in advance. Hopefully you got some fun stuff planned, like tonight. I mean, I can't think of anything more fun than a council meeting. Also, going through some of the events that have taken place since the last council meeting, the Community Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Workshop took place. I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Strange, Newesteg, Lococo, and Patel at our new exchange, our arts and culture hub and farmers market. So thank you to all. Great day, great presentations. And thank you to our DEI committee. Also, Third Space fundraiser. I was joined with Councillor Patel across the street from City Hall at the Third Space Cafe, where they serve people living in the community and some of the homeless in our community. Every morning they give them breakfast. Well, that night they brought in a chef and we all ate an excellent dinner as part of a fundraiser to help the Third Space. We also had recently, last weekend, the Brunch, Bid, and Bowl for Birchway event. Very hard to say 3 times very fast, all those B words. I was joined by Councillors Strange, Patel, Baldinelli, Newesteg, and Lococo as we supported Birchway. So thank you to all that were at the Club, Club Italia event last weekend. Business happenings in the community. So we had Gravity Fresh Fruit Bubble Tea that opened up. That opened up at the Canada One Factory Outlet on Lundy's Lane. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Thompson for some bubble tea. We also had the grand opening yesterday of Rolly and Bubbly. Rolly and Bubbly, where they make these really neat ice cream desserts. And yeah, and they brought us these bubble teas. So if you've seen some of us drinking these bubble tea, if you haven't had it, it's kind of latest rage last few years with the tapioca balls in the bottom of the drinks. We want to congratulate the opening of Rolly and Bubbly. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, Baldinelli, and Strange. And again, we thank them for their donations today of bubble tea. That's in the Stamford Green Plaza. And they also have a real neat ice cream dessert that Councillor Patel was helping us with, where there's a cold plate and they spread out fruit and cream, and as it hardens, they scrape it in rolls and they make them into rolls. And they put them back in the bowl, and then you have this fancy dessert. So Councillor Patel did so good, she's doing the Saturday shift this week if you want to see her. She's very talented at it. Also, we'd like to thank Camisos for their generous donations. Maybe some of you saw them out in the hallway. Zappoli's for St. Joseph's Day, and in Italy, that's Father's Day. So we've got those out in the hallway. Thank you to Camisos Fresh at Five Corners in Niagara Falls for the donation, Rocky Camiso. We did have the flag raising for the National Day of Bulgaria. I was joined by Councillor Newestag that day as we put up the flags at the Rosberg flag poles. Coming up, for anyone that has been paying attention, the solar eclipse is coming. It's right on the corner on Monday, the 8th of April. I know that our friends of the Niagara Parks Commission will have lots to say about that. In fact, I have our Niagara Parks Commission ISO certified glasses that everybody wants to make sure they have for the day of the eclipse. It's going to be quite exciting. We're joined by NASA, Canadian Space Agency. We're going to have the Guinness Book of World Records, and of course, National Geographic has declared us the best place in the world to view the event. And yes, our fire department has also done some very nice glasses. Chief, sorry, I want to plug you too. We got to plug our guests, right? We got to be friendly to our friends. So it's going to be a big event. We're told to expect upwards of 1 million people. Putting that into perspective for everybody, the biggest event we've ever had was Nick Walenda in 2012, where we had approximately 130 to 150,000 people. That was a big crowd. This is going to be much bigger. They're saying 8 to 9 times bigger. So, of course, depending on the weather, it is Canada. We see today we're having some snow. It could be sunny. We never quite know what to expect. But if it's a sunny day, I don't know, it's going to be pretty interesting. And based on the media interest from around the world, I think it's going to be a big, big day. And it's not man-made. This is nature, Mother Nature, giving us. We got the great wonder of the falls, one of the great natural wonders, and one of the great celestial wonders that are going to be happening at the same time. And by the way, for anyone paying attention, the last one was 99 years ago here in Niagara Falls, the last full solar eclipse. The next one will be in 120 years. So safe to say, none of us are going to see the next one here in Niagara Falls, unless there's some. Wayne Thompson will be here, but other than Wayne, nobody else will be here. So unless there's some major breakthroughs in science. So anyway, you want to take it in, figure out where you're going to be, plan your day. It's going to be a lot of cars. It's going to be a crazy day. I'm riding my bike down to the falls that day with a backpack. So anyway, that is coming up. And we will be breaking or attempting a record with the Guinness Book of World Records, the most amount of people wearing a unique similar sun costume. So Guinness will be here. They'll be monitoring it to make sure that we do it right. So please remember to bring your glasses. If you don't already have them, you can order them online, or there are different stores in town you can buy them at right now while supplies last. We also want to give a shout out to Nick Alfonso's Festival of Music. Councillor Peter Angelo shared with us this will take place Friday, April the 5th at John Michael's Banquet Hall at 6 p.m. $20 a ticket or $300 for a table. Wait a minute. $20 a ticket or $300 for a table of 10. That doesn't make sense. That can't be. It's more expensive. I don't know. That can't be right. It must be a typo. Anyway, this will be featuring Avenue Inn with Frank Peterangelo, Meave and the Mystics, Real Kevin, Ghost Pepper, and DJ Morris Villela. And again, that's Friday, April the 5th at John Michael's Banquet Hall at 6 p.m. And the tickets will be a reasonable price. That's all we know. So we do have some Easter egg hunts coming up. And if you look to the screens, we should have some displays. The first one is the traditional one, Fireman's Park, which will be Good Friday from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. Number one, we ask that you please bring non-perishable food items for Project Share, our community kitchen. And secondly, there will be a shuttle to and from Club Italia. So anybody worried about parking, all you need to do is go to Club Italia, park there, and Coventry Transportation will be shuttling people back and forth with a bus, bringing you to and fro from Fireman's Park. As well, the next day on Saturday, March the 30th, the Niagara Falls Soccer Club will have an Easter egg hunt extravaganza at Mitchelson Park. This as well will be free, but they're asking that everybody bring non-perishable food items for Project Share. So we do have 2 Easter egg hunts, so we encourage everyone to participate in our community events. Also, I do want to mention, I did enter into a bet. I had a bet with the regarding the Niagara River Hawks. So the Niagara River Hawks are the junior C team that we have here in Niagara Falls that are in their playoffs, and they're playing against the Grimsby Peach Kings. Well, there's a Grimsby council member named Jakob Baradzi, and Jacob challenged me. We were down 1 game. I still took the bet that we could come back. Well, now we're down 3 games. So it's not looking good, but I still have hope. And the loser, if the Riverhawks win, well, then he's going to have to win. And, of course, that's 4 in a row they're going to have to win. He'll have to wear a Riverhawks jersey at their next council meeting. Or, conversely, if the Riverhawks don't win, I'll be wearing a Peach Kings jersey here. So I just want to lay it out there. Come on, Riverhawks. You guys can do it. Pull it out. Don't let me down. Don't embarrass me here by having to wear that jersey through the whole meeting. So we're down right now. It's best of 7. Game 4 is tomorrow night at the Gale Center. So that'll be Wednesday night at 7:30 p.m. So please, everybody in the community, get out, support your Riverhawks, 7:30 p.m. Wednesday as we take on the Peach Kings. Our next council meeting will be Tuesday, April the 9th. Thank you to all of you for your indulgence with everyone's favorite part of the meeting, the mayor's comments. Who says it? Just me. Nobody else says that, just me. All right. All right, Mr. Clerk, do you want to bring us to item 6 on the agenda?
Thanks, Your Worship. Next up is our appointments and presentations, and the first one listed here is resident Brian Medigee. I'm not sure if he's in attendance. We did have trouble reaching him this week. He had made a request to speak tonight. Mr. Brian Medigee in attendance?
No?
Seeing no one here, let's move on to 6.2, Niagara Parks Commission. We have with us tonight CEO David Ames and the Chair April Jeffs, and they're going to provide council with an update.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome, Chair.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. It's good to be here. I thoroughly enjoyed your mayor's remarks. I thought they were fantastic.
Well, I appreciate that because Chair Jeffs used to be the mayor of Wainfleet for a couple of terms, so she appreciates what it's like, right, to do the mayor's remarks. So thank you. I appreciate that.
I appreciate also when I slip up from time to time as the Parks Chair and call them my mayor's remarks instead of Chair's remarks, and you're quick to point out that I am the Chair and not the Mayor. Okay, I'm going to start out. I'm just looking at, oh, we're going back to the beginning. Okay. And I did this last time, am I hitting the arrow keys here to move ahead? Is that all right? So thank you so much for having us back. It's been a quick year. We were here a year ago, and it has flown by fast. So thank you for having us here again to present and give everybody an update. So as you all know, I am the chair of Niagara Parks, and then I have with me tonight David Ames, who is our CEO. And I know most of you know, you've seen this slide before and you're very familiar, but I'll just go over it again quickly, that Niagara Parks was founded in 1885 and we operate under the Niagara Parks Act. Our 2 founding principles are that Niagara Parks would never be a burden to the taxpayers of Ontario, and that as much of the parks as possible would be free for residents to enjoy. We are a board-governed operational enterprise under the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport. And our minister is the Honourable Neil Lumsden, who I know his worship knows very well, and the minister is very, very supportive. He's down here on a fairly regular basis, so we really appreciate his support. And then, so we're a 12-member board. Of course, I am the chair. And then we just had our new vice chair recently appointed, Graham Coveney. Graham was a commissioner a couple of years ago and then was reappointed as chair, or as vice chair. So we're really glad to have him back. And then, of course, we know that his worship sits on our board as well. Very active, very involved, very supportive. Thank you. Our mandate is to be the environmental and cultural stewards of the Niagara River Corridor. And then, of course, our vision is to be one of the most spectacular parks in the world. And I think we're really seeing that because, as his worship mentioned, we're anticipating a lot of people coming here on April 8th, I think because it is such an iconic place to view the eclipse. And I'll just go into our operations and funding quickly. So we are one of the region's largest employers. We have 1,800 headcount at peak season. We just did 2 really successful job fairs. And I like to highlight too that, well, first of all, I think there are quite a few residents from Niagara Falls who work for the parks. But I also always like to mention that there are so many people who work for the parks who work for a long time. So I hear a lot, 20, 30, 40 years. So it really is something, to highlight. And I think it really speaks to the culture at Niagara Park. So it's really, quite a wonderful thing. Our operating budget covers the payroll and operating expenses. We are a self-funded agency, so it supports our revenue-producing operations. The capital budget covers the investments into deferred maintenance, and we do have $175 million worth of deferred maintenance across Niagara Park sites. And so the tourism landscape right now, we're continuing to place a focus on promoting it's our highest revenue producing operations, which are our attractions. And we do have a very, very supportive board, supportive of making the investments into existing attractions and then also into new attractions. So that's we've really been moving along, and we have a fantastic senior management and an excellent group on the commission. And I think it's just a good mix. So the domestic market is expected to be fully recovered by 2023. U.S. recovery anticipated in 2024, and then the international markets following for 2025 to 2026. But there's still some economic restraints, and so spending, it's kind of hindered a little bit the spending and full recovery of local tourism industry. We have surpassed our 2019 revenues, but the visitation is still down just a little bit, but we are looking at a really, really good year coming up this year. And so it's more important than ever for us to work together collaboratively to support tourism here in the Falls and really across Niagara. And then the key projects for 2024, 2025. So we've talked about the solar eclipse, and there is another slide on that, and David will touch on that. But I do know that the Parks has been working collaboratively with the city and with the fire department, so thank you for that. The mayor is very positive about it. I get a little bit scared, but we balance each other out. So thank you to you and your team. We have the redevelopment of the 2 power stations. And then Table Rock Center, we have a new bistro and wine bar that is set to be open at the beginning of June. So that's right kind of adjacent to Table Rock Restaurant. So we're really, really excited about that. That patio is a fantastic view, and so I invite everybody to come and have a glass of wine. And then we are doing the replacement of Niagara's Fury with a new flying theater attraction. So it's my understanding that the Fury will close in the fall of 2024 this year and then reopen. Do I have that right? And then reopen the following year. So we're very excited about that. I think that'll be a really fun attraction. And then the power station, we have new nighttime experience, bilingual audio tour, and then the Tesla coil installation. And then we were at Fort Erie Council last night doing a presentation. So of course we highlighted the $19 million redevelopment of the marina. So they were excited about that. And so we're looking forward to that. So a lot of good stuff happening. And then refresh of signage and interpretation at Whitewater Walk. So there's never a dull moment, as you know, Your Worship, and we're feeling really positive about the years ahead. So the next slide is Toronto Power. So I'm going to hand it over to David, and thank you for allowing me to present, and I'll be back up for questions, and I'll smile for the picture that you're taking. Perfect. Thank you. I texted him today and said, "Can you take a picture of me?" So I can't put it all on you. So
and Chair Jeffs is also a professional photographer too, so I got to get it right or else.
Well, thank you, Chair Jeffs. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, last fall we announced the redevelopment of Toronto Power, and we identified Pearl Hospitality as the preferred proponent. So as you can see on the slide here, all the component parts that are part of this $200 million plus redevelopment. So ownership will be retained by Niagara Parks, by the province of Ontario through Niagara Parks, but this is a public-private partnership. All costs, design, build, finance, operate, maintain, will be undertaken by Pearl. So we're in the due diligence phase right now, but we're talking about complete restoration of this National Historic Site, turning into a 5-star boutique hotel with spa, restaurants, but many free amenities as well. So a free public viewing area on the roof deck, free balconies, a free museum inside as well. So a great way for the members of the public, whether they're local residents or visitors into the destination, to go and experience this landmark site located just on the upper Niagara River, just south of Niagara Falls. So more information will be coming forward in the summer when we hope to conclude due diligence and move into final contract. And thank you to city staff for working along with Pearl Hospitality and Niagara Parks to see this through. Again, as Chair Jeff said, collaboration is the key word. So working together to get this major development and major tourism investment through. Here are some beautiful images of Pearl's vision. So again, so the upper right image, the full restoration of the existing building, and then building an architecturally complementary new hotel on the riverside, leveraging the underground infrastructure that's already there. So that weir infrastructure that was built there over 100 years ago will be leveraged for the foundation for the hotel property. The lower middle image, a theater that can be used for public programming, conferences, so about 280-seat theater. Lower left, beautiful image of one of the restaurant properties, and upper left, the reception area. The redevelopment of Ontario Power. This is the power station located in the lower Niagara River, the lower gorge. And we're in the best and final offer stage right now for the call for proposals. We have multiple bidders on this site, so we're hoping to announce something on this also this summer. Total solar eclipse. Working with the City of Niagara Falls, the Hotel Association, Niagara Falls Tourism, a major concert will be held in Queen Victoria Park. And of course, Queen Victoria Park will be one of the anchor nodes along with Old Fort Erie in the Fort Erie area for the solar eclipse. Lots of collaboration and partnership to host the event. As the mayor said, the expected attendance is very strong. So we're also leveraging the event with multiple days of programming, the Friday, April 5th through to Monday, April 8th. Butterfly Conservatory, Niagara Parks Power Station, Table Rock, and Old Fort Erie will all have programming free to the public to enjoy. So the Canadian Space Agency and NASA, the speakers, those sessions are available on our website, niagaraparks.com/eclipse. Some of the sessions are sold out, but we'll be adding additional sessions for that, again, free for the public to enjoy. In terms of other key projects, Chair Jeffs mentioned many of them, but we'll also be refreshing the Artist Garden at the Floral Show House. That is a facility that's over 70 years old, near and dear to many local residents as well as visitors. And we're going to be programming that area a bit more in Queen Victoria Park in getting ready for Toronto Power. So if you think about that southern part of Queen Victoria Park, Floral Show House revitalized, the Toronto Power Station restored. Also the partnership with TD Niagara Jazz Festival opening the season Oaks Garden Theatre. That'll be a special concert. And just a couple other points that we want to mention here. We put road resurfacing projects here. So with our financials in better shape coming out of the pandemic, we do have monies to reinvest in repairs and maintenance and capital projects. So you'll see some significant road repairs, service road repaving, lots of good work coming in 2024. What's new, the Niagara Parks Power Station, I think, again, Chair Jess mentioned, we're adding those audio tours and changing the nighttime experience, leveraging the current show, but actually extending the evening product. That new wine and bistro, reopening the pub at Whirlpool Golf Course, so the Stanley Thompson design course will have the pub reopen this year, and a new Indigenous theme tour at the Niagara Glen. Community connections, I think all of Council knows this, that we work very closely with city staff, with BIAs, with the Hotel Association, with Niagara Falls Tourism Partnership in Niagara, many others, to program, to grow tourism, to market this destination. In terms of our Seniors Month promotion, and that the idea came from Council last year, so we'll be having that promotion again in June, so it'll be 50% off admission on Wednesdays in the month of June. So we're very proud to bring that program back. The $45 annual parking pass for local residents and frequent visitors. And again, that parking pass is good at all of our parking lots and available for 2 vehicles. So information is on our website, niagaraparks.com/parking. We are very proud of the Winter Festival of Lights event, partnering with the Grape and Wine Festival for the Cool as Ice event. So lots of other information in the presentation that you have. This is the background information that we've shared in the past. Again, I think you know this, but for members in the audience or watching on TV tonight, this is the map of Niagara Parks from Fort Erie in the south up to Niagara Lake in the north. And the Niagara Parkway is that green ribbon that runs parallel to the river, and all of our front-facing visitor nodes along the way. Just want to mention about the School of Horticulture, and you probably saw in the media about one of our students who is exhibiting in Australia at the Melbourne International Horticulture and Floral event. So that was a very proud moment, but that really speaks to the quality of the students we have at the School of Horticulture. And we have 3 years of full cohorts right now, so 45 students are enrolled in the school. That's the most students we've ever had at the School of Horticulture. Again, our brand map and how we position and promote all of our front-facing, so Niagara Parks being the master brand and the house brands moving left to right, attractions through to weddings. But that, again, depicts how we position and promote all of our services at Niagara Parks. Environmental stewardship, and as Chair Jeffs and I have mentioned previously, we do have that balanced mandate of stewardship on the one side, environmental and cultural stewardship, and tourism on the other. And we try and keep those the dual part of our mandate in balance. We are guided by our 10-year environmental stewardship action plan. A couple of key highlights. Our goal is to plant net 5,000 new trees every year. Last year we planted over 7,000, over 7,500 actually. And that's with the support of the Niagara Parks Foundation. So that's great work that is going on, and invasive species work that we do. The different islands visitor experience supported by TD. Through the Niagara Parks Foundation as well, so lots of good work going on at different islands. Cultural stewardship, you know that we have a variety of heritage sites. We have our plaque and interpretation program along the corridor. But special events, and we're again partnering with the TD Jazz Festival, hosting an event in February at Table Rock House Restaurant. And of course we have the Explore the Niagara collaborative initiative that we work with yourselves, City of Niagara Falls, Town of Fort Erie, Town of Niagara and Lake, and Parks Canada. The Niagara Parks Foundation, we restarted the foundation 2 years ago, April 2022 on Earth Day, and this is to support stewardship initiatives that we don't have our core funding to support. So we're looking to build a children's garden at the Botanical Gardens, restore the 1764 fort in Fort Erie, plant trees, revitalize the recreation trail. So those are a few initiatives that the Parks Commission has identified to have the foundation support. The Indigenous workshops that were hosted at the Niagara Glen this past year, so we brought students in, and many of them had never planted anything before. So to come in and actually learn how to plant flowers or plant shrubs or plant trees, that was a very special moment. That was with the support of the foundation. So with that, I think Chair Jeffs and I would take any questions from Council on any initiatives at Niagara Parks.
And I'll take a couple pictures while we're doing that.
Okay.
That's okay. So we're going to start off, and I just want to also acknowledge for anyone that saw last week's Niagara Falls Review paper last Thursday, front page said David had a picture of him and said the man with a plan. So we're getting shirts made up that say we know the man with a plan. So we're going to start. I've got Councillor Newesteg, who I do want to point out it was you who brought the idea forward for Seniors Month and the parks. And it's what's nice is this is the kind of collaborative relationship we have. David took it back with April, the chair, and they came back and they established Seniors Month in June. Every Wednesday, 50% off attractions, which is great. So they listen, right? And they're here for feedback, and we're a partnership, which is really nice. So speaking of which, Councillor Newesteg would like to ask questions.
Actually, that was what I was going to say.
Oh,
so,
good. Well,
thank you.
No, but keep asking. Ask something. I have to take a picture.
But anyway, thank you. It was wonderful, wonderful presentation. And when you say your vision is to be one of the most spectacular parks in the world, I have to say we're there. And as a city, we are like no other city. To have the parks in our backyard as it is, we are beyond fortunate. And I really encourage the residents to get their $45 pass and go enjoy. Like, there's so much to do, and it's just absolutely incredible. But I do want to thank you. That was what I was standing up. Last year, when we talked about collaborative, we asked if you could consider something for the seniors, and you did. And last year it was 2 for 1, but you've even improved that. And that's the other thing I just can't, I just marvel at. You're always improving. Like, I think of when I was a little girl and what the parks had to offer, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and better every year. And with this new plant, the Toronto generating plant, that's like 5-star. Like, here we are in Niagara Falls. It's just amazing. But on behalf of the seniors, they were so delighted with what you did last year, and they're going to be even more delighted because you've even upped it by saying 50% as opposed to the 2 for 1. I know it's for all of Ontario, so I really encourage the residents of Niagara Falls, if you're not taking the time to go enjoy the parks and all the amenities, you're missing out. Yeah. And to your point too, April, about going to have a glass of wine, we figured that out a few years ago. I had friends over, and we said, oh, let's go visiting, and we went down to the refectory, well, I still call it that, I don't know if it's still called that, and paid to park, or we had our parking pass, and had a glass of wine overlooking the falls. I thought, well, this is better than, like, this is absolutely amazing that we can have this in our backyard. So there's so many different things, the trails, all the attractions that we have, recreation, entertainment, you have it all. And for Niagara Falls residents, we are very grateful. And so I'm going to speak on behalf of Niagara Falls residents to thank you for everything you're doing for the parks, which we get to benefit, and it doesn't cost us taxpayers anything, which is even the best. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Smile. Sorry, guys, that's part of my job. I'm a photographer, not very good at it. But Councillor Strange, thank you, Councillor Newstead. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, David and April. Yeah, it looks like we're back on track after COVID, and everything's kind of coming together, and you're putting funds into different new projects like the power station and that, and I think it looks amazing, and we don't realize how much stuff you're covering. You look at the map and all the everything, retail, restaurants, parks, police, everything like that. I know we have such a huge event coming up with the eclipse. Are we we're getting, you say, close to maybe 1 million people.
Potentially.
Potentially, yeah. 1 million. Okay, quote you on that. Are we looking, I know we close the streets, holidays, different events. Are we looking at doing something like that for this event?
No,
sure.
You go ahead.
Yeah. Through the mayor to the councillor's question, so yes, so the Niagara Parkway on April the 8th will be closed. So the Niagara Parks Police, working in collaboration with Niagara Regional Police, Niagara Falls Fire, EMS. So we'll close from Clifton Hill to Fraser Hill. So Queen Victoria Park will become a pedestrian mall. Now we may close earlier if the crowds dictate that. We may also see partial closures on the Saturday and Sunday depending on crowd size as well. So we're anticipating a busy weekend generally. So not just the Monday, that'll be the peak day. But short answer is yes, and also down at Fort Erie. So from Central Avenue to Dominion Road, that will be closed on the Monday as well.
And then the concert is the same night?
That's right. So the concert's on Monday,
Sons,
April the 8th. The road will be closed during the concert.
Okay, great. You know, one of the big things, and I go to Europe, and you go on the walking streets. I love the walking streets, right? More foot traffic, the better for everything. And I know we close the streets during certain events and certain holidays. Is there anything from the parks that we may be seeing in the future that we may get a permanent street that may be closing? You know, the most annoying thing is when I go down there and I go down there running is someone stops, get out of the car, and they do a selfie, and then they get back. Yeah. Can you imagine doing that anywhere else in the world? You get arrested. Yeah. But here it's like, okay, no problem, it's Canada, no worries. You know what I mean? But I think something like that, having a walking street where people can park, generate some income from the parking, and obviously have some vendors from the parks, I think it would just be amazing. I don't know if there's anything in the future or anything talks about something like that.
Yeah, through the mayor, no, it's a great question, and actually, again, the word tonight is collaboration. So Niagara Parks participated collaboratively with the city on a connectivity study for Niagara Falls, so looking at options to go forward. From that, Niagara Parks issued a call for proposals a number of months ago for a visitor transportation system. So we're just evaluating those proposals now. We hope to have an update this summer regarding those proposals. And what that visitor transportation system could do is lead us to looking at closing the parkway or limiting the number of vehicle movements on the parkway. So we know we want to be back to that vision statement being one of the most spectacular parks in the world. And you're right, nobody pulls up next to the Eiffel Tower or Big Ben or the pyramids and all of a sudden you're snapping a picture. So we do want to look at that. But the interesting thing about Niagara Falls is it's a very compact tourism footprint, but the moraine cuts things off. So we have to think about how do we get visitors moving around. So that visitor transportation system call for proposals that we're evaluating right now may help with that. So a long way of saying we're definitely looking at more pedestrian options for Queen Victoria Park and making that a better guest experience as a result.
Perfect. I think that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Councillor. I've got Councillor Thompson.
Yes, that's great, and we're so lucky to have the falls here in the Niagara Parks, and this city is the Canada, the city, because the parks and the falls. So, and I started 2013 at the aerial card, and so students go to the college and university, they all have money for the parks and the tourism and that's, and one you were going to mention today, I was really like to see 75,000 trees that you treated this year. Yeah. Anyway, and we had what, 500 or under we did, and so when we another an apartment and there's 6 stores, we don't have a negative had of, and great job and thank you what you do.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, no, through the mayor to Councillor Thompson. So just want to comment on a couple of things. As Chair Jeff's mentioned about our payroll and the number of staff whom we have. So we have about 600 students per year who work at Niagara Parks. And Councillor Thompson is right about many people start their career in tourism or work at Niagara Parks and go on to do other things. So we're very proud of the number of students we have every year. Sometimes they come from Brock, Niagara College, local high schools, and again, working at Niagara Parks. And the Aero Car, when we presented last year, we talked about the refurbishment of the Aero Car. So that was initially built in 1916. So we rebuilt the car and the top part of the Aero Car, and we had over 179,000 visitors on the Aero Car this past year, which might actually be a record. So we're going to double check that part as well. So we appreciate it. And then again, back to the environmental stewardship of planting those trees along the corridor. Appreciate that. Yeah.
I'd like to point out I also worked for the Parks Commission when I was 15 in the parking lots a couple of years ago. I still actually have all my badges. I still have everything. In case you need anybody, give me a shout. Let me know. The other thing, and I was really pleased to see too in the parks, and I know it was highlighted in your presentation, the annual parking pass for $45, and what a deal. So Mother's Day is coming up, and you never know what to buy, Mom. You don't want to get that sweater or whatever it is that you get her every year. Well, here's your chance. For the parking pass, you get it for 2 cars. Right, and you can use any of the lots in the parkway along the 45 kilometers. Like, it's such a great value, especially people in Niagara Falls always get asked to play tourist. When anyone comes to town, they ask us to take them around, and you think, oh, it's going to be expensive. At least this way you can park and you can take them to the attractions and help save a few bucks. So it's a nice advantage to live in here, a good benefit. So if we don't have any other questions of council, then maybe we'll look for a motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Newestag, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much, Chair
Thank you.
and CEO. Thank you very much. The man with the plan. Thank you. I'll send you those pictures afterward.
All right, thank you.
You can stick around if you like. There's an exciting meeting. Okay. Start the car. Start the car. Okay. So I'd now like to, as we go into our planning portion of our meeting, ask our city clerk to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a 5-story apartment building with 71 dwelling units at the southwest corner of Mountain Road and St. Paul Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on February 28, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheet located outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We now call on Alexa Cooper, Planner 2, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Mayor Diodati and members of council. As mentioned, I'm here to present staff's recommendation report for the proposal on the southwest corner of Mountain Road and St. Paul Avenue. So here's a location map of the subject property. To the north, you can see some detached dwellings, as well to the west. To the south is the hydro corridor, and to the east is the golf course, permissions for a 10-story apartment building, some significant woodlands, and a farmer's market. So the applicant has submitted a zoning bylaw amendment for approximately 1 hectare of land to permit, as mentioned, a 5-story building with 75 apartment dwelling units. Currently, the land is zoned a site-specific R4 zone, which permits for a 6-story, 36-unit apartment building. The application is requesting the lands be rezoned to a new R4 zone to permit the proposal. Here's a site plan of the siting of the 5-story building on the property. You can see the parking to the west. The buildings and development is mostly located on the west side of the property. Here's some perspectives that were submitted with the application. You have the view up top, looking towards the QEW. So this is west on Mountain Road. And then here we're looking on Mountain east towards St. Paul Avenue, and you can see the building here and here. We have some elevations. So this is the western elevation, eastern elevation, and then northern elevation and southern elevation. So the specifics requested for the R4 zone include a minimum lot area of 140 square meters per unit for apartment buildings, whereas required is 200. A minimum rear yard depth of 10 meters, where staff are recommending 25 meters to ensure that the location of the proposed building is maintained. The applicants have requested a minimum exterior side yard of 6 meters, whereas what's required is 7.5. Staff are recommending 4.9 plus 13.1 to the center line of Mountain Road, and that's just to ensure that our the region's road allowance continues to be protected. The applicant were requesting a 23.5 meter maximum height, which is what's currently permitted under the site-specific provisions, whereas the parent provisions permit a maximum of 10 meters. And staff's recommendation is to have a maximum height of 21 meters at 5 stories, whichever is less, and that's just reflective of what's being proposed with the building. They're also requesting a minimum interior side yard here down to the south, abutting the hydrolands, of 3 meters, where the required minimum is 9.5 meters. And also a minimum lot frontage of 7.5 meters, right? This tiny piece along St. Paul, this is more of a technicality. You can see they have ample frontage along Mountain Road, whereas typically the minimum lot frontage requirement is 30 meters. So there was an open house held on January 9th, 2024, and the following concerns have been received to date. So we received concerns about construction noise and vibrations. Noise will be regulated in accordance with the city's noise bylaw. And as we saw earlier in the site plan, the proposal is located mostly on the western portion of the site, and the reasoning for that is that there is a lot of fill located on the eastern portion, and by locating the building on the western side, it will minimize any required compacting as a result of the development. A precondition survey will be conducted prior to construction, and vibration monitoring will occur during the life of the project. There were concerns about sightlines. The region's transportation staff reviewed the submitted sightline study and they didn't have any concerns. There were also concerns about vacation rental units operating on the property, and since this land is designated and zoned for residential purposes, vacation rental units are not a permitted use on this property. So staff's recommendation is that council approve the requested zoning bylaw amendment for the 5-story 71-unit apartment building, subject to the regulations identified in my presentation and the report, and a 3-year sunset clause. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Do we have any questions of our planner? Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Cooper. It talks about affordable housing, that there's going to be 5 one-bedroom units out of 71. That's 7.04%. I thought we had guidelines for more affordable housing in new development. Why is it only 7.04%?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lococo, the 40% is our target. It's spread out over the course of the city over the course of a 1-year time period. The applicants have indicated that this is an area where there are higher land values and it's difficult to provide more affordable housing. So we have actually been working with the applicant. Originally there were none proposed and we were able to secure 5 or were promised 5. And that is how they have demonstrated they're helping us achieve our 40% target.
Okay, thank you. It's close to the hydro corridor. Are there any guidelines about how close the apartment building can be to the hydro wires?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The hydro corridor or Hydro 1 doesn't really have a minimum required setback from their corridors, just that any development does not provide any impact to their corridors, such as like stormwater management, drainage, things like that. So there is a setback required where there's adjacent railways, but not for hydro corridors, other than the zoning bylaw provisions.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor to Ms. Cooper. So what if we go, I'm going to go back to affordable housing. What if we go through the year and each developer says, I can only do so much, I can only do so much, and at the end of the year we don't get our 40%. When we were talking about this before, a lot of the other ones reached the 40%, so it wasn't really an issue, or the application was before the affordability clause was put in. So what are we going to do if we get halfway through the year, towards the end of the year, and we don't meet that because we didn't request the affordable units?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not, Ms. Dolch looks like
Okay,
she's
we'll get Ms. Dolch to
wants to jump on this one.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So obviously our policy asks for new development to identify how they're going to contribute to our 40% target, not that they have to provide 40%. And the difficulty is it's how they're going to contribute. So in this instance, 5 have been contributed. In some cases, we have 50, a whole development, 50 units contributed. We are monitoring that throughout the year. You'll get it in our quarterly reports. So we will have an idea where we are in our targets. Again, it is a target. We hope to achieve it. We'll monitor, and again, it doesn't mean that they will be monitoring at building permit stage as well to see what we end up with in the end. The goal is, and I do commend the building industry, they have been trying to provide those units for us. You know, it is a policy threshold. It's not necessarily a strict requirement. It's a threshold on us. So they are stepping up to the plate and providing some units to us. So I do think we're going to get there. I think it's a start anyway. So we're starting to go down this path.
Okay, thank you. In the presentation, in the report and on the presentation, it didn't talk about parking. But in the agent's presentation, it said that there were 102 parking spots. What is that percentage? Because it wasn't in the report. 1.25, 1.4?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. They have not requested, so the application is going to be repealing the existing site-specific, which has a parking space requirement of, I think, 1.9, which was reflective of the proposal at the time. Under our parent R4 regulations, it's a 1.4 parking space per unit is what's required. The applicant has not requested a reduction to the 1.4 parking space, which is why it was not in staff's presentation or evaluated. If you look at the draft zoning bylaw, attach the report. If there isn't a site-specific in there, then it'll just default to the parent regulations.
Okay, thank you. Regarding parking, are we looking at permeable surfaces to help with climate change and the direction of overflow?
Ms. Cooper.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I am not aware of any permeable parking. I don't know if the site plan guidelines maybe speak to that a little bit. Looks like Ms. Dolch wants to jump in.
You want to weigh in on this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to the councillor. So our site plan guidelines do include some low impact development options. Again, it is an option. We do put it out there for developers to consider. You know, in the future, we're going to have some things happening through our official plan exercise for climate change, things like that. And Mr. Nichols' work on climate change will also start to address some of those. So again, we're getting there. Hopefully, if they see the light impact development in our guidelines, they're opting in.
Thank you. There are a lot of trees going along Mountain Road, and there's some trees along the houses. Will any of those trees be removed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We didn't receive any plans identifying what would be removed. I'm just looking at the location map that was on the presentation here. So there are a number of trees within the Mountain Road allowance. I did speak to the region about that, and any trees that are removed from their road allowance would be required to be replaced at a ratio of 2 trees for every 1 removed. And that's usually something that's dealt with through the site plan stage. In terms of the trees on site, it does look like there's maybe 5 or 6 there that would have to be removed to accommodate the proposed parking lot. I'm sure through the landscaping plan that they can be picked up in other locations on the site because there is ample landscape space to accommodate them.
Okay. Is there any way that we can get some confirmation about what's going to happen to those trees for the region and along the lot line?
Would this be the region or
Through
would
you.
this be the city?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, along the regional road allowance, at time of site plan, there will be confirmation which trees need to be removed in order to accommodate the development, and the region will ensure that their tree replacement ratio is taken care of. In terms of what is on the site, I can definitely make note for our staff to pick that up at time of site plan as well. Or if council wishes, you can make a recommendation to that effect with the zoning.
Okay. If we can make a recommendation of the zoning once we're finished that, I will do that. I had questions about the trees. So if they are region trees on the road allowance, does the region specify that they are supposed to be native trees? Do they specify what type of trees have to be planted?
I don't know. Do we get that far into that, or is that? Yep, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you. Not at this point in time. Obviously, as Ms. Cooper said, it would be through the site plan process that they would identify what type of tree species they'd be looking for, if they're to be replanted or if they're going to take cash in lieu or anything.
Do we encourage what type of trees, whether it's us or the region?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Obviously, we do encourage native tree species. That is what we encourage. I don't want to speak for the region.
Yep. And Mr. Bryce, did you want to add to that? You look like you had.
No.
Same.
Said the same thing. I was
Okay,
gonna say.
great. Thank you.
And just a question, either through Ms. Dolch or Ms. Cooper, the ratio's 2 to 1. Is there any point that we'll be looking at a higher ratio for the trees that are cut down? We should be saving trees, and if we're cutting them down, we're
I think right now, though, Councillor, we're dealing with the current rules with the current application, so that would be a separate conversation.
Okay, 2 more questions. A resident asked me, what is the timeline of this application?
Do you know that?
Through you, Mr.
construction?
Mayor, I think that would be a better question for the developer
Okay,
to
great.
answer.
Thank you for that.
Okay, and then those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Thompson, then Newsteg, and then Patel.
First, 5 years that we, the 6-story apartment, it was already, and we had a sign on, and it never happened, and now it's Mountain View. That'll go really quickly, and a good apartment, and the no houses are around there that are going to be affected. The Calgero next door, they sold it for an apartment, and years ago, and so the person sent a concern about the property. The comments is the property on the south east, the 10-yard at the golf course. It has nothing to do this, and the trees. This we will do with this, with the planning, with make sure that there's trees are going to be, and as we go through the process. So that's great.
Thank you, Councillor. You're right. You're right. We've been waiting for a long time for this corner. Okay, I've got Councillor Newsteg and then Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to you, I want to applaud planning staff for implementing the sunset clause. I think that's a great first start to some of the issues that we've been dealing with. But the thing I want to talk about is this affordable unit. So I appreciate that we have to have 40% of the of all our development affordable, and that makes a lot of sense. However, I think there's more to affordable units than just saying it's affordable. So when you look at what's going to be affordable for an individual, so an individual it's more than just an apartment. So in this case, there's also shared costs. So if something's going to be affordable, you want to be able to, one aspect would be to share the cost. To pay $539,000 and $539,460 for a space of what, 500, that's pretty hard to have shared costs. So also it's not really close to amenities, like time walking distances. It's not really on a transit route. It's not close to employment. So sometimes I question, I know we're trying to hit this target, but is there common sense in this one that, does it really make a lot of sense that that area is not really designed, or like to have it's not really designed for all the other aspects of what affordable living is. So I'd rather see us really concentrate affordable living in the areas that are affordable overall for people to live, that they are able to get on transit routes, that it's a larger space that they can cost share. So just different things like that. I know we have a development coming up on Drummond Road where that makes sense because there's an auxiliary unit that they can use. But it's just a comment that I'm not quite sure if I understand this affordable. To me, it's not even affordable. It may be affordable, but the whole way of living isn't necessarily affordable. Anyway, thank you.
don't know if you had any comments on that, because I understand what the councilor's saying, because there's no
Yeah.
transit down that way. There's no shopping down there. I mean, you have to have a vehicle or you're not going to get anywhere. So it's very difficult. It's probably not the most appropriate place for
Yeah.
more affordable housing. And so I don't know if you had any feedback or
Yeah,
insight
of course.
into
So through you, Mayor, we definitely wouldn't want affordable housing for people in immediate need, because you're right, this isn't an ideal area for people who can't afford a car, need amenities close by in order to live their day-to-day life. But that being said, you know, the sons and the daughters of the people who live in this area, I think they would be good contenders for these affordable units per our definition. So that number that you quoted, the 539,460, is the high end of a moderate level income household. So that's who that price point is geared towards, who may be better equipped to afford a car to get around. Not necessarily may always be the case, but I think in higher end neighborhoods or the land value costs more, it's still important to maintain some sort of affordable housing so that everybody has the opportunity to live there. So I agree that where we want affordable housing for people in immediate need, like, this is not the appropriate location for it at all, but I do think that there's merit in providing some level of affordable housing for people who may want to stay in the neighborhood, but, you know, not live in their grandparent or their parents' house, or they may want to downsize from one of their houses to an apartment building, or, you know, whatever the case may be.
Thank you.
I guess when I hear the word affordable, it conjures up a different image then.
Yeah,
So I don't
it
know if
means
there's
different
definitions
things
here.
for
Yes.
different people. So in this case, it's when you start putting in more in context of this is affordable for high income, moderate income levels, but that are of the higher bracket, it starts to make a little bit more sense, I think.
Okay, I guess when we're talking this 40% affordable housing, I'm really looking at the people who are struggling, trying to survive,
Yeah.
and I just can't really see this location as being that. So I think it's more the definition and what connotation affordable means.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Okay, next up I've got Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, to add to what Councilor Newsteak said, was it's not actually affordable, it's more attainable. Because if you think about $540,000, and if you put $40,000 down payment on it, $500,000 for mortgage, that's like about $2,500 to $2,700 for the mortgage, plus you're paying insurance, plus you're paying property taxes, plus your other living expenses. So I think it's more like attainable for medium to moderate income. So I don't think that you can use the word affordable, because affordable, there's no definition. It changes person to person. You make $3,000 a month, your affordability is different. And if you make $10,000 a month, your affordability is different. So I think attainable is the more ideal word for this. And my question for Ms. Cooper is, do we have infrastructure that can support this kind of development? I know we have 10-story that's approved across the street, and this is another 5 stories. Is current infrastructure capable of handling this kind of development?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to flip through to Municipal Works. We circulate our applications to our Municipal Works Department, and they did ask for third-party modeling to ensure that there was adequate infrastructure available for this site and what was proposed. And the results came back, and they had no concerns with the modeling results versus, what's proposed for the site. So our infrastructure is capable to handle the proposal.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, there were some residents raised a concern about garbage left behind from the previous developers who left that signs cut on the site, and there's quite a few pictures we received from the residents. There's piled up construction material. So how do we handle something like this?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this was also what Councillor Thompson was speaking to. Those pictures, I believe, are actually to the north, from the property to the northeast, where the 10-story permissions are. So it's outside of the scope of this project, but just so we're aware, any trash, any refuse can be addressed through property standards. So if a complaint is made to our bylaw department, they can handle it through property standards.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do we have any deposit, or do we charge developers after the development is done if they leave any trash behind?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through site plan, we do collect like a letter of credit to ensure that the property is developed in accordance with what was agreed upon, and then that money is released as the works are completed. I don't believe we collect anything for cleaning up the site through that. That's usually something that's dealt with through property standards. I would hope that developers, when they're handing the land over to the new landowners, that they would clean up the site. But property standards is the traditional way to deal with it. And again, this is for the site on the northeast corner, so kind of outside the scope of tonight's application.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to basically for the residents who are complaining about the trash, they should just call the bylaw department. That's what they can do, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Strange?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just about the affordable housing, I think the location is obviously a big aspect of affordable housing. I know we're trying to reach our 40%. You saw last council meeting where we had, I think it was 93 units approved on Lundy's Lane, and then over 100 on McLeod Road, and they're within walking distance of grocery stores, corner stores, coffee shops. Unlike, we are kind of right across the street from Calogero Estates. I just don't see the affordable aspect being there. You're not on a public transportation route. You're not within walking distance to grocery stores. There's probably 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers that you can get to the grocery store, but I just don't see it as a right spot for affordables. And is there any when they do affordable housing and they sell it to a buyer, do they check make sure that, yeah, we want to give to this person because it's affordable to that person? You know what I mean? Whether it's the money that they make or something like that. So if you see, which I don't see is really affordable anyways for a 500 square foot condo for, $540,000. I don't know who can afford that and be part of affordable housing. Is there anyone stopping someone who has money to buy that, and they say, I'll buy that for $540, I'll just rent it out for $3,000 a month? Can you stop that from happening?
Oh, Ms. Dolch? Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So no, we can't necessarily stop it, but again, the sale price for the unit has to remain at that level. Yeah. That is targeted based on our housing strategy of those making about $90,000 a year. So we're not talking the low end of the affordable spectrum. We're talking those people in our tourist industry that do have cars, do have these things, but they cannot afford necessarily a brand new house in certain locations, right? And again, if they want, as Ms. Cooper said, if they wanted to stay in this neighborhood or be in this location for their children or anything else, if they have, they may want to pay that for a 1-bedroom unit. So we're trying to cover all spectrums. We do want to classify it as attainable, but our housing strategy says it's all affordable. So we do have a caveat on that, but we aren't really targeting those most in need on this at all. We do have a certain target for those affordable units that we want to try to meet for those most in need, but the others are to address our big issue in the city of Niagara Falls is the more affordable, attainable, let's say, /attainable, which is our hotel workers, things like that. So we are trying to kind of focus on that group. Obviously, we have the region focusing on those most in need as well. We want to do our part as well, but we do need the full spectrum of affordable housing.
I don't foresee someone, if someone has some money and said, oh, I'm going to buy for $539,000 because I can rent it out for $3,000 a month. I don't see an in-law or someone buying that. I see them more probably trying to rent that because they're trying to downsize. So they don't, they're 80s. They don't want to purchase a house. They'd rather something that's rented. So the only thing I'm saying is that it doesn't really stop somebody from buying it and then renting it out. And especially if there's only 5 of them, they might we should try to grab all 5. You know what I mean? Where if there's 93 or 100 on McLeod Road and Lundy's Lane, well, they're all affordable units. It's a different different location, different type of affordable housing or attainable housing.
Yeah, and if I may, yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, and we may get to a point where we do have to restrict it through agreements, these affordable units. Right now, we're going on an honor system. Hopefully that works out, may or may not, but let's hope it works out. I do think, just based on what we've seen to date from the building industry, and a lot of people are coming forward with affordable units and not causing a big hassle over it. So I do think they want to do the right thing. So I'm really hopeful that we don't have to put restrictions in place like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Ms. Cooper. Good job. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered for this proposal?
No, Your Worship, there's no one registered for this. You can just go to the gallery.
Okay. Is there anybody here that wishes, other than the applicant, who wishes to address council on this topic? Okay. Seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. I'd like to just state your name, please, and your address.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is William Jakob. I'm the Planning Manager with Upper Canada Consultants. I'm here on behalf of Mountain View DAC Inc., the owner of the subject lands. I do have a brief presentation that I'm hoping to give. Thank you. Along with me here tonight is our project team, the owner solicitor Rocky Vaca. Also from Mountain View Building Group is Matt Vartanian and Nick Colamartini. They may assist in answering some questions if needed. Otherwise, I'm here to provide a presentation for the zoning bylaw amendment application for the proposed development at Vista Green, located at the corner of Mountain Road and St. Paul Avenue. Alexa's done a good job giving an overview of the site, but I will run through some details. Here you can see an outline of the subject lands at the intersection, mostly with frontage along Mountain Road. They are approximately 1 hectare in size, or about 2.5 acres. The lands are currently within the urban boundary and the delineated built-up area. They are designated in the city's official plans for residential. And as indicated, they have an existing R4 site-specific zone, which currently permits townhouses and a 6-story apartment building. So here you can see the proposed development plan. The property owners are proposing to develop a 5-story apartment building containing 71 condominium dwelling units. The proposed breakdown consists of 18 2-bedroom units and 53 1-bedroom units. On-site parking will be provided internal to the subject lands through a combination of underground and surface parking. Overall, there are 102 spaces. 24 of those are going to be underground underneath the building, whereas the balance 78 parking spaces are provided in the surface parking area that you see above grade there. As indicated in some of the discussion, the developer has reluctantly agreed to include the 5 affordable attainable dwelling units within the development. In terms of the zoning bylaw amendment, Alexa's run through the site-specific provisions, but in a nutshell, we are taking the 2 existing site-specific zones, repealing them and replacing them with a new R4 site-specific zone in order to facilitate the proposed development. Instead of going through those site-specific provisions, I'm going to focus a little bit more on the building and the designs. So here on the top left-hand image, you can see the frontage or the face of the building that would be fronting onto Mountain Road. You can see there are a variety of building materials, including brick masonry, stucco, among other window and glazing materials and features. You can see a varying color scheme with light creams to light grays, darker grays, and charcoal. The building has been orientated in a north-south direction. This, along with the proposed step back on the 4th and 5th story that you can see on the bottom image on the right-hand side, will reduce the building massing and enable a better separation from Mountain Road and the surrounding residential areas while maintaining a street front presence and enhancing that streetscape. Overall, the proposed building height is at 19.8 meters or 5 stories, whereas the existing zoning permits 23.5 or 6 stories. So a large component in this design is the fit within the Mountain Road streetscape. As part of the application, we prepared what's called a view plane drawing analysis and basically a rendering of the streetscape. As you may be aware, this portion of Mountain Road decreases from the west as you're traveling east away from the QEW as you approach the St. Paul intersection. And as you can see, that grade drop along with the existing boulevard trees along Mountain Road that will be maintained provide a subtle integration with the surrounding built form, but also provide for a nice transition as you approach the intersection. In addition to the streetscape analysis, we wanted to complete what's called an angular plane analysis to ensure that appropriate separation was given between the existing single attached dwellings to the west and the existing townhouse dwellings on the opposite side of Mountain Road. Basically, an angular plane is a 1-to-1 ratio of building height to building setback. And you can see that illustrated in the red line on the right-hand side. Basically, the results and the conclusion with this is that the building is well beyond the 45-degree angular plane, and the appropriate spatial separations are maintained to the existing residences. In addition to the planning components of the application, we certainly included a number of studies. We included a geotechnical investigation, including a vibration assessment. As Alexa alluded to, there is a fill deposit on the east side of the site, and that's really the crux of why we're here this evening, is to accommodate the new building orientation to ensure constructability and minimizing impacts on the surrounding foundations and residences. We also completed a functional servicing and stormwater management report confirming the appropriate water and sanitary flows along with the requirements to manage drainage on the site. And we completed a noise feasibility study, a sightline traffic assessment, and a pedestrian wind study. And that is it, but in summary, I wanted to show you these renderings, and all the development proposal is for a 71-unit residential building proposed at 5 stories at the intersection of Mountain Road. And thank you for your time this evening and allowing me to present it. And I'm certainly here along with the project team if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Got Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Jakob, you did say that the boulevard trees would be maintained. The ones that are there now?
Correct.
So they're going to be staying?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have to remove 2 trees for the driveway entrance, but other than that, the boulevard trees along Mountain Road will be maintained, yes.
Great, thank you. And what about the trees along the lot line? Do you know about those ones?
Yeah, so there are 2 or 3 small ones along the westerly boundary with the neighbor. We do have a 3-meter landscape buffer from the property line before the parking area starts. So that'll be something that we investigate through the site plan process. If it's a boundary tree, we will certainly be retaining it. But otherwise, if there is a tree in the middle of the parking area or the building area, obviously we'd have to remove that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Jakob? Okay, yes, Councilor Newstead? No?
I'd just like to say, to support this application, I think it's a great, through you, Mr. Mayor, a great opportunity for people who live in that area that may want to downsize. It provides a whole other type of housing option that's currently not available there. So I applaud this development. I think it's a great asset to our city.
That's beautiful. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Do you have any idea, we talked about the affordable housing, how much those were going to 500 and square feet? What are the other ones going for, do you know?
Yeah, so our range is going to be about 600 to 800,000 depending on the size of the unit. So there's going to be varying sizing of the one-bedroom units and then some two-bedroom units. So depending on what unit you get, you would vary within that range.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The public meeting with respect to the proposed, I'm coming to you, with the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. We'll look for a motion of council. Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson to approve the recommendation. Yes? Okay, seconded by Councillor Lococo. Do we have any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. So thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
The public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit the development of 84 back-to-back townhouse dwellings and 29 block townhouse dwellings at Lot 186 and at 7640 Kaler Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on February 16th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd like to ask again Alexa Cooper, our planner 2, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Hello again, and thank you again. Good evening again, Mayor Diodati and members of council. I'm here, as mentioned, to present the staff's recommendation report for the zoning bylaw amendment at Lot 186 and 7640 Kaler Road. This is a location map. You can see that to the north is a vacant land, but we are currently processing draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for that property. To the west are detached dwellings and townhouses. To the south are more detached dwellings, and to the east is Niagara Square and Costco. So some background. The applicant originally submitted an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to permit 88 back-to-back townhouse dwellings and 7 block townhouses, and to protect the natural feature that's on site. Since the original submission came in 2022, further environmental work has been conducted on site that resulted in an increase to the developable area on the subject lands. So the new plan proposes 84 back-to-back townhouse dwellings still, and has increased to 29 block townhouse dwellings. Since the developable area has increased, the density count was reduced and now aligns with the official plan policy. So the lot area has gone up. Even with the increase of units, it is now beneath the 75 units per hectare, so there's no longer a requirement for the official plan amendment. So the lands are currently zoned light industrial in our zoning bylaw, and the amendment is requesting to rezone the lands as site-specific R5C zone in part to permit the 113-unit residential development. The application is further requesting to rezone the land's environmental protection area in part to protect the provincially significant wetland that's located on the eastern portion of the site. So here you can see the original plan that was taken to the open house that was held last year. It had the 91 total units, and in blue you can see the 84 back-to-back townhouses and the 7 block townhouses. And at the south here I have a portion blocked out in red. This is where the major changes have happened. So the revised plan, you can see, has expanded now the developable area to include down this way. And the number of units have gone up to 113 residential units, which still maintain 84 back-to-back townhouse units, but now include 29 block townhouses. So the requested site-specific zoning is as follows. They're looking to permit back-to-back townhouse dwellings and townhouse dwellings containing no more than 8 dwelling units. They are requesting a maximum height of 14.5 meters, whereas the maximum permitted for the R5C is 19 meters. Staff recommend that a maximum height of 14.5 or 4 stories, whichever is lesser, is implemented just to ensure that we're conforming with the official plan. They have requested a minimum landscape space of 20%, whereas required is 40%. So staff recommend that that 20% be maintained, plus that each dwelling unit maintain 2 balconies at a dimension of 1.2 meters in depth by 2.4 meters in width. They have requested a minimum parking ratio of 1.25 spaces per unit, whereas what's required in our zoning is 1.4 spaces per unit. And they've also requested a maximum lot coverage of 35%, whereas the max permitted is 30%. And just off to the right here, you can see that this is the portion that would receive the R5C site-specific zone. And then here to the east, to the back of the property, is what would receive the EPA zone. So just a few more site specifics. They've requested a minimum front yard depth of 4.6 meters, whereas what's required is 7.5, and staff recommend, again, the 4.6, but just maintaining that setback to the center line of Kaler Road to make sure our road allowances are protected. They have requested to permit more than 1 apartment building on site, and as you can see, there are a number of blocks here, so staff have no issue with permitting more than 1. They have requested a minimum interior side yard setback of 4.7 meters, whereas what's required is 6.25. So there was an open house held on February 6, 2023, where 1 member of the public attended for information purposes and didn't provide any comment, and we have not received any comments from the public to date. So staff's recommendation is that the zoning bylaw amendment be permitted for the 84 back-to-back townhouse dwellings and 21 block townhouse dwellings, and to protect the natural heritage feature on site, subject to the recommendations and regulations contained in the report and a 3-year sunset clause. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Cooper? Councilor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Ms. Cooper, the original proposal was February 6, 2023, and it was 91 units, and now it's 113 units, which it was 0.9 hectares to 1.5 hectares. What changed? I know there was environmental work done, but how does that increase the developable area?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a site visit conducted by the MPCA staff, regional staff, and the developer's environmental consultant, and they staked the wetland on site, and this was the boundaries of the wetland that was determined through that process and the EIS work that was done.
Through the mayor to Ms. Cooper, so the wetland boundary moved further out so they could build more. Is that what you're saying?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe it was a staked wetland previously. So they went out and just delineated exactly the boundary of the wetland, which resulted in it being further back than anticipated through current areas marked for regulation, which resulted in an increased developable area for the property.
Thank you. Through the mayor, so if I make this statement, is this correct? The developer thought that it was only a certain amount. They put in a proposal for that particular amount, but then after you found out that it was further back that they could develop more, it wasn't something that we already knew about to be a certain amount for the PSW?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Okay. So through the EIS work that was done, okay, the region and the MPCA were satisfied and went out on site and confirmed the boundaries of it, which resulted in the proposal we see tonight.
Okay, great. It talks about the warning clause for commercial and industrial use. Mm-hmm. Is this within that 2-kilometer SciTech arc?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it is outside of it. SciTech is aware of the proposal and have provided comments that they want to see the height of 4 stories maintained. In terms of warning clauses, that was more in relation to NPEI, which is located to the north, and I believe it's Roman Cheese. They were both indicated as a Class 2 industry, and they are 240 meters away from the site, which is about 3 times the recommended separation distance of 70 meters for a Class 2 industry.
Okay, and the 4 stories that SciTech wants to see maintained is the level of the townhouses, correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that is in our official plan, and they're not requesting to amend the official plan anymore. So in the implementing zoning bylaw, it is now, I think it was 14.5 meters or 4 stories, whichever was the lesser height.
Okay, 2 more questions. Talked about trees being removed. How many trees? It's hard to tell with the red marking on the map. Is that all full of trees right now, or is it all being removed? What's happening there?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lococo. Unfortunately, I don't have the number available, but that's something I can get back to you on for sure. We do have a note in here that at time of, because they'll have to come in for a vacant land of condo, that a condition be implemented that for every tree removed, it be replaced with 2 trees.
Okay. Can you tell me, is it the diagram that's on here, are there trees on there right now, or is it an empty lot? I can't tell because the red overlay.
So just through you, Mr. Mayor, which diagram are you looking at? Sorry?
The picture with the red, and
okay.
That's the are those, like this part here, you can tell are trees? Mm-hmm. Are those trees too?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there are some trees located on site. They are outside of the provincially significant wetland, and they're not identified as a significant woodlot, so they are not considered a natural heritage feature. But through the condition in the draft vacant land of condo, any tree that's removed in the developable area will have to be replaced with two new trees, or if it can't be accommodated on site, then we would take cash in lieu for those trees.
Okay, thank you. And final question, are these single townhouses for one owner, or could they be 2 units within one?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, as far as as the application's been submitted, it is 1 unit from the basement to the top. They're not stacked townhouses, and under our current zoning regulations for additional dwelling units, those wouldn't be permitted in the R5C zone.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none. Members, thank you. Ms. Cooper?
Yeah.
Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Is there anyone here in the gallery, other than the applicant, who wishes to address council on this proposal? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I appear on behalf of the applicant, M5V Inc., and its principal, Sherrard McQueen. With me, I have Jesse Aspitz and Max Fetishak of MPG Planning Solutions to answer any land use planning questions. To begin, we have reviewed the staff report and accept all the recommendations. Only substantive comments I want to make, and I'll be very brief, are in relation to the issue of affordable housing and the financial implications of the development if approved. First, the report makes no mention of the requirement to provide affordable housing, which we've heard quite a bit about on the previous application. Reason is that this application predates the city's change to its official plan that now addresses affordable housing. Notwithstanding that the project is not required to address the issue of affordable housing, our client believes that 73 of the proposed 113 townhouse units will meet the test of affordable housing. That's 65% of the development. And that goes back to what Ms. Dolch was saying. You don't look to get 40% on every single project. You look at the global amount. Well, think of this as a bonus because there's no requirement for affordable housing on this application, but you're going to get 73 units. So 73 units out of 113 is 65% of the development is going to be affordable. Take the 73 units from tonight, plus the 71 units our client agreed to at last month's council meeting for the project on Lundy's Lane, on its own surpasses the city's annual target of 135 affordable units. And you still have 9 months left to go. Second, in terms of the financial impact, the project will result in total development charges of $2.3 million based on current rates, which are going to go up as we know. Secondly, the annual property taxes will be just under $1.1 million year after year, which will increase over time, obviously. And lastly, over 127,000 of employment hours or 18 months of construction labor will be spent on the project. As I mentioned at last month's meeting, M5E Inc. has a proven track record of not only getting approvals, but more importantly, putting a shovel in the ground. And you will see a shovel in the ground as soon as possible. This project is no different. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaca. We've got Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Rocky, for the presentation. I didn't realize that you were doing the 73 affordable units, so that's a true added bonus. And I mentioned earlier on the other development, location I think is key for affordable housing, and this is a spot where you're down the street from Costco, Lowe's, you got the community center, so everything is within walking distance or short car ride, so and public transport. So I think this is a perfect development, and yeah, thank you. It looks great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Lococo. Yes, you want to speak, Councillor Patel?
It's a great development, very compatible with the surrounding areas because they do have townhouses right across the street. And there's a new public school is coming right across the street, right beside the Boys and Girls Club. And everything, as Councillor Strange says, walking distance. So I actually really commend the developers for this development, and I will actually support this development.
Great, thank you for that. Well, if there's no further comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and another one unanimously approved. Thank you very much, and nice bonus on the affordable housing. Terrific. Okay, next, I would now ask our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw in a draft plan of vacant land condominium to permit the development of 12 townhouse dwelling units in 4 blocks with 6 accessory dwelling units at 5558 Drummond Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on January 24th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of vacant land condominium and the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal with regards to the zoning bylaw amendment only, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Nick DeBenedetti, Planner 2, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed draft plan and zoning bylaw amendment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're here to discuss, as indicated, a draft plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment application. It's located on the Drummond Road, north of North Street, south of Frederica. The applicant is Blywood Homes, Inc., Raw Mills, and agent is Ethan Lehman. Basically to request a site-specific residential apartment R4 zone to permit 12 townhome dwelling units and 4 blocks with 6 accessory dwelling units. Some background information. Basically, it's rezoned the subject land to a site-specific R4 zone, as indicated, for 12 dwelling units and 4 blocks, together with 6 ADUs. The official plan land is designated residential in the official plan and located in the built-up area. The development will provide density of 32.838 units per hectare, and which complies with the density of the 20 to 40 units per hectare. The development will provide housing options to the city of Niagara Falls located in the built-up area. The subject lands are currently zoned R2 in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. And again, this is the location. Across the street, there are additional apartment units. Just off of North Street, there are townhomes there. And then as you move north, there's the commercial plaza with the Tim Hortons. And then around there are detached dwelling units. Now, an open house meeting was held on February 2024. There was no one in attendance from the public. We did receive an email which there was concerns about increased traffic and potential additional driveways in the front yard. So the proposal expected to generate less than 30 bi-directional trips during the peak hours, and our transportation services reviewed it and found it to be acceptable. Regarding the front yard depth as it relates to parking, the units fronting on Drum Road have reverse frontages, and the parking is behind the dwelling with the private access, so there's not going to be no parking spaces located in the front yard. Planning analysis. The proposed development will redevelop an underutilized lot, which is located in the built-up area and located along an arterial road. The site is supported by full urban service, existing public roadway, frontage, and utilities with proximity to commercial uses, school sites, and bus stop on North Street. The proposed townhouse dwelling allows for a traditional regional built form, housing design, and outdoor amenity area. So basically, the requesting relief is they're adding the use of the ADU and add the covered porch for the side yard. The porch, we don't have a requirement for the side yard, so we're adding that. They're basically reducing the minimum front yard depth from 6 meters to 2.99. They're reducing the rear yard depth from 7.5 to 3. That's basically a technical, because along, get my cursor here, along here is actually deemed the rear lot line. Not, this is actually your amenity area. So it's really the side yard of the unit, but we're requesting a reduction there. Reduction from the side yard from 4.86 down to 2.9 for Block D. Again, the roofed over one-story porch, 1.5 meters in the required side yard, and reduce the minimum privacy yard from 7.5 to 2.99 in Block D. And again, that's in this area over here, because technically that's also the front yard. So basically, the recommendation is that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment as modified and recommended in report PPD 2024-07.
Thank you. Any questions of council for Mr. DeBenedetti? Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Benedetti. For snow storage, because there's other people's property all the way around, where would the snow storage be, or will that be removed because it's a private road?
Well, I'll go back to the site plan here. There is some areas along here and a little bit along where the hammerhead is. So they will obviously would have to leave it on site, or again, if it becomes too much, then they would have to remove it.
Thank you. Through the mayor, so the adjoining properties, we have some at the top, I don't know, the north and south, some at the top, the bottom, and at the right, depending on where it is. is there anything that will prevent the snow from melting into other people's property and then have them flooding? What can we do about that?
Well, basically, through the vacant land condo, there's conditions that they would have to satisfy. And so we'll have to make sure, obviously, that they have to maintain everything on site and you're not having flooding on the adjacent properties. So that would be reviewed further as part of the conditions for the vacant land condo.
Okay, thank you. If we can remember that about the snow, I was concerned about that. And I think it's a great development for infill. I am concerned about the traffic, not necessarily the number, but the traffic that comes down Drummond Hill comes down very, very fast. I would assume that these people would be coming out from driving in the front, not backing up into Drummond Road?
Yeah, be in front.
So
Yeah.
they're coming in the front. What can be done about the traffic coming down the hill? People just go right down, and then you have North Street and you have Prospect Street, which you're not supposed to block, and then you have the Tim Hortons with the light there. It's a very congested corner, and I'm a little bit concerned about the traffic at that part of it. Can anything be done?
Well, I mean, we could bring it back to staff to review that. I don't know if transportation might be able to do something there.
Well, maybe we'll go to Mr. Nickel for some input.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would want to take a look at the sightlines during the technical review on the vacant land condo application to make sure that there's acceptable sightlines to make those left and right-hand turns. So that's something that we'll do as part of the review process. We're also undertaking the transportation master plan that looks at the bigger picture with respect to transportation corridors. So if volumes are an issue, we'd be looking at additional treatments there. I mean, it's a fairly congested corridor and it's narrow corridor, so it's not like we can add lanes to it, but we want to look at other alternatives like multimodal splits and active transportation and things to try to move vehicles to more higher order corridors. So we can take a look at all of those things and even look at a speed and traffic study to try to look at other ways to control speeds coming down Drummond Hill. We know with the school there too, it's something that we certainly don't want to encourage any additional speeding with those conflicting movements of people coming in and out of the subdivision. So we can take good care of all of those things in the next, next planning year, I'll call it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of council? Okay, thank you, Mr. DeBenedetto. Good job. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment. Is there anybody here in the gallery who's here to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. You can state your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Ethan Lamont. I'm a planner with Upper Canada Consultants. I did have a presentation prepared, but I think Nick did a good job of summarizing the application, so in the interest of time, I'll forego the presentation, and if there's any questions that I need to refer to the presentation, I certainly can, but I'm open to any questions from council.
That's great, thank you. Any questions of council for Mr. Lamont? I've got Councillor Patel and then you, Esteg.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are all these units, they're not rental units, they're purchase units, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, so the primary units are for purchase, and then the additional dwelling units would be rental units.
So who will be renting those units? Through you, Mr. Mayor, who will be handling of the rental?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the organization of the rental of the additional dwelling units would be the responsibility of the corresponding primary unit. So they would fall under the condominium ownership of the above ground unit, and then whoever owns that unit would be responsible for renting it out.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, those 6 ADUs are considered to be affordable. So is the rental agencies going to work with the region, or is it independent?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the rental would be guided by the owner of the unit. There isn't an organization that's involved with that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so owner is the one who lives on the top, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. By the way, it's a very beautiful beautiful, beautiful units. I love the whole combination of white and black. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newestag?
Actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this is a wonderful development. I know the area very well. It really intensifies the area. Right now, it's nothing. So in terms of intensifying our area, infilling, I think it's wonderful. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just commenting on Councillor Coco's comment about that street, because I travel it daily. I'm not so sure if there would be that many problems, because at North Street people stop and you're looking as well as Prospect. So I don't see that being as much of a, and I think North Street, if we were having issues, it would already happen at North Street. So I'm not sure if that is a real big issue, because obviously it would be a concern if that was there. So I'm not sure if it would be like that, but I think it's an absolutely wonderful. I love the idea, the creative idea of having the accessory dwelling unit in that area. So I support it 100%. I think it's wonderful.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, if there's no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Lamont. The public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the direction of council? Okay, I've got Councillor Campbell moving the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Newestag. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and another unanimous application. Thank you very much, folks, for coming out for that one. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
The public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw and draft plan of vacant land condominium to permit the development of 83 townhouse dwelling units in 14 blocks at Montrose Road, north of McLeod Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on February 16, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal with regards to the zoning bylaw amendment, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by using the sign-in sheet located outside council chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Now, Nick DeBenedetti, our planner 2, will explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed draft plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Welcome back, Mr. DeBenedetti.
Through you, through the mayor and council. Again, we're here to discuss the draft plan vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment application. The applicant is Niagara Property Corp, agent Joseph Platino, and basically to permit the creation of 83 townhome dwelling units at 14 blocks with common elements, with including private lanes, pedestrian walkways, and visitors parking. Now, that picture actually was taken in February when I walked the site. Like, we're getting beautiful February weather, so. Yeah. So the applicant has requested approval for a draft plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment for 1.8 hectare, 4.4 acre parcel of land. Subject land is designated major commercial in the city's official plan, and those policies do allow for residential uses may be permitted. Subject land is zoned residential R5Z with a holding provision in part and shopping commercial in part. The applicant is requesting the land be rezoned to a site-specific R5C and the removal of the holding provision. Again, now this site is just north of the Metro, next to the Lowe's, across the street to the McBain. We do have, now the air photo is a little bit older, but there is that adult living across the street, and it's located on Montrose, north of McLeod Road. An open house was held on August 9th, 2021. There were no comments received and no public attendance. The proposed development is in conformity with the major commercial designation, where permits residential uses that are compatible with adjacent commercial development. The proposed development will provide a medium-density townhouse complex with walkable access to recreational amenities, learning facilities, dealing with the McBain Center and the commercial plaza to the south. The proposed development will make use of existing infrastructure and transit is available. So basically, for the requested zoning relief, we're looking for a reduction for the rear yard depth to 6 meters from the required 7.5. The minimum interior side yard width from 5.2 meters for unit 1 from the 7. And again, that's just specifically for the 1 unit there. The maximum lot coverage to increase to 38.2%. The front yard depth at 0 meters where the requirement is 6. The maneuvering aisle for the parking spaces, which the requirement is 6.3. They're wanting 6 meters. And finally, the parking regulation, 1.25 spaces per unit, and the requirement is 1.4. So basically, you can see as part of the development that we have blocks all around. In the middle here, also there's an access road here with further block units here, and with the visitors parking over here. So basically, the recommendation is council approve the zoning bylaw amendment as modified and recommended in the report, and also approve the zoning bylaw that's on tonight's agenda.
Thank you. Any questions of council for Mr. De Benedetti? Councilor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the speaker. So the record of site condition was in October of 2015 and it's registered on title. Will a record of site condition be registered on title for the new townhouses that people will understand it was a former dump?
Through the mayor, the record of site condition is part of the parcel of the land. So when they register it, that encompasses the property. So the units, then that's the reason why we're lifting the H, so they can build those units on there.
So they'll build it, but will that record of site, it's one piece right now. If it gets divided into 83, will the record of site condition be on 83 pieces of property?
We'll get Ms. Dolch to help out too.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as Mr. De Benedetti said, it is based on the property, whether they subdivide it or not. The record of site condition was registered with the ministry, and it's for a residential standard. So sometimes you're going to get a record of site condition for a commercial standard, but in this case it's for residential development. Doesn't matter what form it takes, whether or not it's severed or not severed. It's for the entire property.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you, Ms. Dolch. But if I buy a piece, will I know that there's a record of site condition on title?
Do we know it's on title?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, it's not registered on title. It's something, obviously, the ministry's reviewed and approved. They've approved it for residential development, so it's not necessarily on title.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that we can do to advise the people who are purchasing what the property was before? Like buyer beware, warning clause sort of thing?
Is there a reason though we'd want that? I mean, it's okay for residential, that's all that matters, and we're trying to build housing. So why would we want to scare them off?
Well, I do understand that, but it was a dump and some people
I don't think it was a regular dump. I think it was for fill and things like that. I don't think it was like the kind on Mountain Road. I believe it was that kind. That's why they were able to build the plaza there as well. Right, they were able to clear it because it was stones, armor stone, things like that for the most part.
Okay, I thought it was a dump.
A regular municipal dump? I don't know, I could be corrected.
I think it was.
No, I don't think it was. Councilor Thompson saying it wasn't, I don't know, I think it was like tailings and things like that, but do we have, I don't know, Mr. Nicol, do you have any insight?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was looking back through some air photos to try to get my bearings on that too. I think the most important thing that we heard was that it has a certificate of property use through the record of site condition process by the ministry, that it's clean to residential standards.
Exactly.
So regardless of what it was used for before, that site, that parcel is 100% clean and safe to build on.
Right.
How someone might go about and look up that information would be to look up that parcel on the register or to search that date on the register. So that is something that would live on in perpetuity, but not necessarily after the lot is subdivided, as Ms. Stolch said.
Yeah, so it's safe for residential, right?
Well, I
Not
understand it's safe for residential because of the record of site condition, but some people may choose not to purchase it if they know. And I had family that lived just down the street, and back in the 40s, they used to say that was the dump. So that's why I'm asking about the dump. I've always known it to be the dump.
Yeah, I know Hope Park was one as well, but it wasn't a traditional dump, as we say, so don't know, you know.
Okay, so unless somebody goes to look for this record of site condition, they're not going to find it.
Right.
Okay. Are there any trees that are going to be removed? It talked about tree preservation plan for abutting trees of the city land, but are there any trees that are going to be removed through the mayor to the speaker?
Well, like I said, I walked the site. If you want to take a nice hike and you want to get some good exercise, that's and a lot of it was shrub and low. There was again any recommendations are also in the vacant land condo. So if there's any opportunity for tree preservation, then we've noted that as part of the vacant land condo. They would have to meet those standards.
Okay. And because this is major commercial, VRUs are permitted as long as they fulfill the parking requirements. Is that correct?
Well, we're basically not, that would have to be tailored site specifically. We're just allowing for this townhome development.
No, I'm not talking about adding ADUs. I'm talking about vacation rental units that are allowed in major, so they could be allowed if somebody went and got a license and they had the parking requirements.
No, I don't think it's quite that. Do you, Mr. Bryce, did you want to jump in? Yeah.
Yes, through you, Your Worship, they're seeking a residential zone. A residential zone does not permit a vacation rental unit.
So it's
so
not,
would not be
commercial
permitted
anymore. It's moving from commercial to residential. It's not commercial anymore. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Then I was confused about when it talked about minimum intensification. Some places it said 40%, and then other places in the report it said 50%. I don't understand what that is.
Well,
Could you?
it depends where you're located. If you're in the built-up area, we have a certain requirement, and then also, then to meet our guidelines, that's where we're achieving both 40 and 50%.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions of council for Mr. De Benedetti? Okay, I think we're good right now. Thank you. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Is there anyone here in the gallery other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, you can step forward. You can state your name and your address. Sir, welcome.
Hey, where's your kilt?
John
Beam, 8991 Montrose Road. I'm not for or against it. It's development. It's got to happen. My biggest issue is the traffic that's in the area. I mean, you'll get a gist of that on April the 8th, and you'll know. But that's basically it. It's like I had a chance to talk to Eric, previous, and he let me know about some things. But most of the traffic issues are based through the region. So, like, I mean, you guys need to get some better communication going on, like, between that. Because it's a nightmare now, and what's it going to be? Because you got so much things going on that are coming in, and everybody has cars, 2 cars, not one.
Yeah, thankfully they signalized it there as well, right?
Yeah, well, I used the new divergent diamond in St. Catharines. Yeah. That thing works great. Before it was a nightmare. It works great. We need that out on McLeod Road, because there's stuff happening. Like, I know that they're doing a canal, and the region wants to replace the bridge, and then you got the developments on the other side on Dorchester Road going in. You got 5,000 to 6,000 units across the river from me. ES Fox is doing everything. And I also said that the 2 biggest attractors in that area, Walmart and Costco. Anybody goes, they got to go to Costco. They're going to Walmart if they need affordable stuff, and that's it. And it's all in one area. So.
It's busy. You're right. It's very busy in that area. You're
So
right.
like I said, it's got a, you can build all you want, and then you're still waiting for your sewage plant.
Yeah,
Any,
we are.
any word from Doug?
It's not them, it's the federal government.
Federal.
The federal government hasn't created the program yet that we can buy into, so we're waiting. We're
You know,
hoping-
you guys are quoting 400 million, right? You're probably up around 750.
It's not going down.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
for
it's
sure.
going up every
Yeah,
day.
Yeah.
And don't forget your rice for April the 8th. All right, guys, have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beam.
I'm going for sushi.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. If there's no one else, other than Mr. Beam, the public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Councillor Patel making the motion, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Yes,
I would like to
Councillor.
say something. This is a perfect example of infill,
Yes.
because this land has been sitting there for a long time, and it's perfect use of the land. And it's right across the street from McBain Center and Costco, Walmart, schools are around the corner, so I think this is a perfect example. I would like to see more projects like this in the city.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baldinelli.
Through you, I'm excited that we have development in that area. I'm just a little disappointed that in that specific location, the perfect place for an apartment or a high-rise. It doesn't overlook any residential. It's in the perfect location, higher density. I wish somebody would have thought, up is better than spread out and wide. That's all. But development is good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. All right, moving along, I'd like to ask the clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
I'm sure the agent would have been happy to hear that that was approved, but I think we missed that on the last one.
Oh, I didn't hear that? So we voted for, we didn't, yeah. Oh, yes, yes. Wasn't necessary, there's no other comments.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. After the fact.
I drove a couple hours from Kleinburg, Ontario to be here, to show my respect to council and respectfully through you to council. I'm going to be very brief. I'm happy with the decision.
Yeah. So there's nothing to be gained, only things lost, so don't say too much.
This has been a property that has been underutilized and vacant for far too long. I assure you that the site is clean for residential, and because of the engineering constraints, a lot of that fill is going to have to be mined out. It's going to have to be relayered, compacted, and everything to have suitable foundation requirements and that sort of thing. We're absolutely overjoyed that after I've been involved in this since 2018, and and because of COVID, the project kind of got put on hold. It's been a challenging project, exacerbated by challenging site conditions, but I'm very happy to see that the bylaw has been approved, which is really just a technical document to do exactly what the city envisioned for the property. And I'm so happy that you gave me an opportunity to come up, and I'm hoping you'll take a picture of me.
Oh, it's my part-time gig. At least I could do, considering I messed up, and I apologize. Big smile, our Kleinberg friend. All right, good. Excellent, thank you for that.
My friend Lucio Paulsonelli has, it's been a while, I guess, he told me to say hello, and now I can prove that I was actually here speaking before council.
We should do a selfie then.
Yeah.
And you did hear Councillor Baldinelli. He's saying he would love to support an apartment building if you decide to change your plans. So
I will bring it back to the investors. I know that financially this has been a real challenge. It was underwritten for townhouses and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And with interest rates going up 6 times in the last few years, it's been a real challenge. But I'm happy to announce that they expect to go to pre-sales likely sometime this summer, and they're hoping to actually be in the ground next spring and start building houses.
That's great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Safe travels. What's that? Sure. What else do you want me to do? Get him a donut? I'm trying to run a meeting here. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Can I go back now, Mr. Clerk? Okay. Now that I've been humiliated, I screwed up. Thanks for pointing that out, Mr. Clerk. Please introduce the next item on the agenda.
All right, the last of the planning public meetings for this evening is now being convened to consider a draft approval plan of vacant land condominium on Montrose Road, north of McLeod Road, across from Kinsman Court. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on February 16, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of council's decision shall give the city clerk notice immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I'm now going to call on our General Manager of Planning, Kira Dolch, to explain the purpose of the application.
And I am going to transfer it to our planning consultant who's helping us with some files, Mr. Matt Kernahan. He's been assisting us, and I apologize for not having his name listed on the agenda.
It's all good. Thank you for that.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. As you heard, my name is Matt Kernahan. I'm a development consultant, and I'm working with the planning department in this capacity this evening. So the application that I'll be discussing this evening is agenda item 7.5. It's applications for a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of vacant land condominium to permit 87 block townhouse dwellings. The applicant is Carmela Agro on behalf of the owner, Gemini Corporation, which is owned by John Georgakakis. Subject site is located on the west side of Montrose Road, north of McLeod Road and opposite Kinsman Court. The property is approximately 2.2 hectares or 5.6 acres in size. The site is currently vacant with a limited amount of vegetation on it. It does not contain any natural heritage features. Charnwood Park is located to the west and north of the site, and a senior's residence is located to the east. Single detached dwellings are located on Charnwood Avenue, and they are also located to the north. This site is located north of commercial uses located on McLeod Road and the McBain Center, and this site is also immediately north of the site that was subject to the previous public meeting. Subject site was rezoned by the city in 2010 to permit townhouses and apartment buildings. The applicant has applied for a draft plan of vacant land condominium that would permit the development of the site for 87 townhouse dwellings on a private road. The plan also includes visitor parking spaces and landscaped areas. The applicant submitted the rezoning application to change the zoning from the current site-specific R5C zone to a new site-specific R5C zone with modified regulations that will permit a more compact built form. The applicant recently submitted a revised site plan, which is the one included as Schedule 2 to the report. The revised site plan addresses comments from staff and agencies that were received on the first submission. In particular, the revised plan includes more parking and a revised internal road as requested by Municipal Works, the elimination of a noise wall on Montrose Road as requested by planning staff, and modified northerly access as requested by the region. This slide shows the south half of the site plan for the proposed townhouse development. The plan includes townhouse dwellings that will be accessed via an internal private road. All dwellings will be located within a vacant land condominium unit that include the dwelling, driveway, and amenity area and can be sold individually, similar to lots within a plan of subdivision. The south portion of the plan also includes visitor parking spaces and one access to Montrose Road. The internal road and parking area will be owned and maintained by a future condominium corporation. This is the site plan showing the north half of the development. Similar to the south, it includes townhouse dwellings within vacant land condominium units on a private road. A visitor parking area is also located in the northernmost part of the site. As mentioned, there are 87 townhouse units in total. There is a total of 109 parking spaces provided in driveways and visitor parking areas at a ratio of 1.25 units or spaces per unit. This slide shows the building elevations that will face Montrose Road. The building facades include pedestrian access with vehicular access being provided from the internal to the site. These are the building elevations that will face the internal private road. This application for rezoning requests a change in the zoning from the current site-specific R5 zoning, which permits townhouses and apartment buildings, to a new site-specific zoning that will R5C zoning that will permit townhouses with a more compact built form. Site-specific zoning relief is requested for maximum height, rear yard and privacy yard depth, front and interior side yard depth, maximum building coverage, and parking and access aisle width. An open house was held for this application on March 4th. No members of the public attended that meeting, and as of the time of the preparation of this presentation, no public comments had been received. Subsequently, one public comment has been received regarding the provision of affordable housing on site. In response to that request, and in general, staff are recommending a holding provision to provide the owner an opportunity to address staff's requirements for affordable housing on site. The recommendation before council this evening is to approve the zoning bylaw amendment to permit the 87 townhouses with a maximum height of 13 meters, reduced front, side, rear, and privacy yards, reduced access aisle width, and 1.25 parking spaces per unit. Holding provisions are proposed to address an updated noise study and the implementation of noise mitigation measures, to address regional approval of the northerly site access, and to address the provision of affordable housing. It is also recommended that the draft plan of vacant land condominium be approved, subject to the conditions included in Schedule B to the report before council. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kernahan. Do we have any questions from members of council? Councilor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Kernahan, is this parcel adjacent to the last proposal?
Through the chair to the councilor, yes, it is. It's immediately north of the last proposal.
I wasn't sure if there was one in between there. So this parcel doesn't have a record of site condition, but the last one did?
Through the chair to the councilor, this parcel also has a record of site condition registered on title. That record of site condition confirms that it's acceptable for residential use.
Okay. I might have wrote that down, but I wrote a question mark beside it. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Kernahan. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the draft approval plan of vacant land condominium. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone that wishes to speak?
There's no one registered, Chair. You could go to the gallery, see if there's anyone here.
Okay, council will now hear from anyone in the bleachers there? No? Okay. Are there any final questions from council regarding the application? And we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, committee and council. My name is Carmela Agro. I'm from Arcadis. We are planners, engineers, architects, formerly known as IBI Group. Thank you for everyone's time here today. I may follow suit with many of the previous applicants. We are overall satisfied with staff's recommendations. There was a redesign on the site to address most of the comments associated with what staff had provided. And we are open to questions, considerations, if there are any.
Do we have any questions for the applicant? None? All right. We'll close the meeting, and do we have anyone that would like to make a motion? Councilor Patel?
Sorry. Through you, Chair. It's a perfect example of infill. I'm really happy to see this development going forward. I live around the area and I've been seeing this land sitting there, not being repurposed. So it's great to see. Other thing is there's lots of limestone on the property, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what are the plans?
I am not entirely sure the anticipation of the construction stage of this site, but whatever needs to be taken off in order to move forward with this development will be moved from the site.
Maybe you should leave it for free. People will come and pick up the small boulders.
Yeah, I guess that's up to the developer if they wish to do that, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Patel, second by Councilor Thompson. All in favor? And unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, thank you very much, Councillor Strange, for handling that part of the meeting. Was able to leave. Mr. Clerk, you suggested a little bit of an amendment here to the order.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Since we're finished with the planning public meetings, we're now moving on to report section of the agenda. In keeping with the planning theme, I'm suggesting we move to item 8.8, which is a planning report that was previously public meeting that had been deferred. And we do have with us today Kara Lampton from the region. I believe she was going to speak to the matter, and then we do have some members of the public that registered to speak as well.
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Lampton, if you'd like to step up.
I'd love to.
Mic is yours. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. Through the mayor to all of council, Kara Lampton. I'm the manager of environmental planning with Niagara Region. I'm here tonight really to support the city staff in answering any questions you guys might have about the report and sort of the subsequent regional comments on this application. As you may know, this is really boils down to a growth plan policy, which is a provincial policy. But again, happy to provide any insights I can to any of that policy context.
Yep, Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you. I understand that our staff has to follow the policy and provincial standards. I'm just wondering, when you say that for that parcel of land and that particular building and how it might affect that area and the surrounding areas, farmland, salt from the roads, how would this development encroach on that versus what's already there naturally? And not naturally with farmland and salt roads and everything else that's going on.
Sure.
How does this interfere with that area?
Sure. So to give some context to the site, the subject property is totally naturally vegetated, 100%. So it includes Tea Creek, it includes a wetland system, it includes a woodland system. So that's what's on the site in terms of natural features. Obviously, taking out any natural feature and putting in a residential use is going to have impact on those natural features. And then stepping back from there, it's also a provincial natural heritage system as identified in the growth plan. And so it has an increased level of protection as a result of that in terms of the planning context, and that comes directly from the province. And so it's not just about impact in terms of are there going to be negative impacts on the natural environment, which in my opinion there will be, but also in the policy context, can it be allowed because of the provincial policies which say you can't build within a key natural heritage feature. As we just discussed, the entire site is built on natural heritage features. And the policy context just doesn't allow it. We can't build within key natural heritage features. The entire site is, in fact, key natural heritage feature, and so we can't support residential development in that case.
Does that answer your question, Councillor? Do we have any other questions for Ms. Lampton? Okay, so we don't at this point. Okay, but you'll be around if we have any other questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you for that. So, Mr. Clerk, what would the next step be here?
Before council takes any motion, we do have one member of the public that wishes to speak, and then the agent on behalf of the applicant is also here that would like to provide council with an update. So I would suggest first we hear from Linda Manson.
Okay.
And as per our procedural bylaw, you'd be awarded up to 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Manson.
Thank you. Almost never does planning staff recommend total refusal on environmental grounds. In this case, they have, twice. That's how bad this application is. As complicated as it looks, it's a simple case of buyer beware, ignored. The environmental protections on this land were there for all to see before this property was bought. What the applicant was counting on was for you to be baffled by their consultants into thinking there was some wiggle room for compromise, as you did last July when you deferred it, asking for on-site inspection by all sides plus an unbiased third party, in hopes a consensus could be reached. But in this case, rejection is required and justified. It's not about housing, it's a case of home invasion. Invasion of wildlife habitat, being presented as a nice young couple just trying to build a home. But there's a whole lot more at stake, even more reasons to reject than what's in the staff reports. At the July public meeting, one of the presenters, a neighbor, asked the applicant, "Kevin, why don't you build a home on one of those other lots you own?" No one followed up. It got me wondering, so I did some online searching. I found nothing about those other lots Kevin Dilts was said to own. What I did find online were real estate listings for all 6 of the adjacent properties. Aerial views of the 6 lots in a row north of the site to Coble Road for sale at $375,000 each. The listing description was the same for each of the totally forested lots. Quote, "Matured piece of land zoned rural residential. Buy this piece of land along with the neighboring parcels of land currently on MLS. Build your dream home. Buyer to complete their due diligence. Buyer beware." The rural residential zoning claim was wrong. Those 6 lots are zoned rural agricultural, exactly what Kevin Dilts is asking you to give him to permit construction of a detached dwelling. Those listings are no longer there. So is the entire forest in jeopardy pending this approval? It seems someone raised that concern because out of the blue, the October 27th addendum to the environmental impact study claimed, quote, "It can never happen. Those 6 other lots are fully constrained by the T Creek PSW and would not support future development because they are subject to environmental protection area policies of the region and city official plans." So why were these lots listed for sale as dream home locations? That EIS addendum also claims this application will not provide a mechanism for future development on this site, as the remaining land is subject to protective natural heritage policies. But if there's one thing I've learned about development, it's that a foot in the bush is all it takes. Once that door is open, the gap gets wider and there's no closing it. Staff's resounding rejection of this first step is your cue to say stop. Rezoning denied. It should never have reached this far. The applicant was cautioned at the pre-consultation stage that development or site alteration on this land could not be supported if the map features were confirmed on the site. That those mapped features were confirmed, captured on camera, and included in staff's follow-up report before you tonight. The woodland where they want to build a house is about 100 years old, certified significant, entitled to protection. Staff at both tiers have confirmed by boots on the ground building a house and septic system in that location would pose serious negative environmental impact on site and beyond. All that's needed now is for you to refuse to let that happen. I am all for much needed housing. Love the infill, especially developments on underutilized lots in built up areas. This is the opposite. It's a single dwelling 3 miles beyond our urban boundary for growth to 2051. It will do nothing to assist our city in meeting intensification targets, fails to comply with provincial, regional, or city policies, threatens to endanger significant natural heritage, and undermine credibility of our new official plan before it's even written. There's no justification for allowing it to go any further, so please just say no. In closing, Land Pro accuses regional planners of sterilizing this land. By that they mean killing all chances of development, to which I say kudos to staff at all levels, both tiers, for standing steadfast for what they know to be right through a barrage of exceptional scale for a single dwelling. Please trust their interpretation and application of the policies. The agent studied Niagara Region's official plan. Regional staff wrote it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right on time, 5 minutes. Okay, Mr. Clerk, and who do we have next?
Lastly, we have Mike Sullivan. He's the agent attending here in person tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'll try to be brief on this one. I'm going to stick to the facts, and then, as Ms. Lampin quite clearly pointed out, it is a policy issue. We have a differential opinion on policy. I'll focus on that in just a moment, if you will. To remind council on this, there is a part of this property, the southeast portion of this property, that is zoned for a house. We're simply wishing to expand that zoned area to allow a house in the smallest possible footprint on that area, in that area. We're not affecting any natural heritage features, or any significant ones, I should say. We're staying away from the PSW that's been mentioned. We're staying away from everything else. The only issue in question right now is a significant forest, in my opinion. So, reminding council what happened at the public meeting for this application, council requested, and we went out, my clients who are here with us tonight, and they can speak to this, they hired a third-party biologist. Lisa Price was identified as the preferred biologist. She was unfortunately conflicted on this application. She helped to write the original EIS, I might note. So Ron Hauser, another qualified and experienced biologist, was hired, went out on the site, and he wrote a position statement which was submitted with my planning letter as well as the EIS addendum. That was submitted to the city. They all supported the application. So we did what council requested. We got a third-party neutral opinion who supported, a biologist who supported the opinion. That did not sway the region, which continued to oppose, and Ms. Lampman is here obviously to demonstrate that. What I'm looking at is we had 2 professional biologists and 1 professional planner, being myself, which supported the application. We're doing the best job we can with the property to make it work. The regional position supports, Ms. Lampin has mentioned the growth plan on this project. I don't believe the growth plan actually applies to this specific part of the property. If you look at the policies of the growth plan, it mentions key natural hydrologic features, and therefore, in my opinion, the regional official plan of the day applies. And that in itself applies in terms of significant forest, which our biologists went out and identified as being fine. They could work with this with the project. Pardon me, I'm a little bit flustered given the last speaker's presentation. She was quite emotional in this. I'm trying to not respond in kind at this point. What I'm asking is, City Council is the decision maker, not the region in this case. I realize there's a memorandum of understanding, but City Council is the decision maker on this body, on this matter. In my opinion, we've spent a lot of energy on a very small project, which will have, in my opinion, very little impact. I'm asking Council to do what is right, please, on this matter. In my opinion, this application represents good planning and should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Thompson?
Yes. I was working for 30 years with the health department, and I went out every day to look to property for septic tanks, and then now the region has taken over because of the health department, and they're saying, and you don't have to build a house, you have to have a septic tank, and if the region does give you a septic tank application, you can't build. So I think this is premature dealing with this, because they should get a septic tank application that would approve the development. So I think we could make a decision right now.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor, do we have any other questions for the planner? Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Strange?
So I just following up with Councillor Thompson. So the region approves the septic tank for the development. So what I think Wayne or Councillor Thompson was saying, like, why would it be here if they won't approve it? Is that what I'm hearing?
Is that yet, Ms. Dolch, are you able to shed some light?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor.
Microphone, please. Ms. Dolch.
There you go, sorry. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. In terms of septic approval, that is approved by the region, so that is something obviously they're going to need if they do develop this house, is regional approval for that septic system. But that's not really the matter before us this evening. The matter before us is that they want to develop on this land. It's currently not permitted as we've advised. We don't support it based on the fact that it doesn't meet the tests in the growth plan, and you've heard from Ms. Lampman on that as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
And just to follow that up, it's not recommended, and I think you mentioned that there was a spot where you could build if you wanted to and could be approved, or no?
That was the southeast corner.
Mr. Mayor, there's an area, there's a southeast corner of the property is zoned to allow. It's not large enough right now to build a house on, so we're simply expanding that. That's where we're focusing the development or the building.
So where, do you have a map?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out where you could build.
Schedule 1. Are we able to call up Schedule 1 in the report?
Mr. Mayor, if I may make a comment?
Yes.
At issue, Councillor Strange, is that the area we're proposing to expand into is constrained. And the region and the city have taken the issue that it's constrained such that development cannot occur there. That's the position they're taking.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Yes, I've got Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you said the area that's designated for residential is not big enough to build a house. To my understanding, you need minimum 1 acre to get a permission to put septic tank in there. So I think you're asking for too much expansion, not just few feet. It's kind of almost a 3/4 of acre expansion into this heritage zone land. That's my understanding.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Patel. When we started the application, which was approximately 2 years ago, two plus years ago at this point, the building envelope was much larger. It was proposed to be much larger. It's been reduced twice since then to the minimum size possible to properly get a septic tank on the property, like within the construction envelope. It's all been very specifically designed to meet that.
So how much are you asking to extend as of today? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I guess I could look at the staff report. Yes. I don't have the site plan in front of me. I apologize for that.
That's okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, from my experience with the property building is usually you need minimum 1 acre to put a septic tank in there, and they will not allow you to put a septic tank around anywhere there's PSW or there's possible of leaking septic tank into surrounding area. So I don't think it will be approved for septic tank anyways. It's just going to be back and forth for you from region to city, city to region. That's the way I see it. I would like to put motion in. Yeah, are we done?
Well,
Public
I'm not
meeting?
sure. We'll have to see if we have other questions, and then you can put a motion forward. Do we have it? Yes?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I can respond to that for a moment, through to the Councillor Patel. We have had a septic installer, septic designer on the study team, and has put a septic tank in there that will meet the requirements. It'll be in excess of 30 meters away from the wetland, for example, and it will work. I mean, they haven't applied for a permit of this yet. That would be the next stage, but it will fit.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions of council? I think we're about to call up the Yeah, hang on one sec there, Councillor. We'll just see, just so we can at least see we're all looking at the same thing. And maybe we could just be, it's not taking too long. Yeah, next one. It's the very last one. There you go, the other one before it, right there. So that's the subject property in the yellow, is that right?
And Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And then you said the southeast, so
Yes.
close to the road.
If you go to the previous slide, it will show the location right there.
Which area are we talking about?
The black and the gray.
Oh, what's
So-
the gray? The gray is what?
So the yellow line, my understanding, Mr. Mayor, is the limit of development, so we're maintaining within that.
So maybe, I don't know if we can get city staff just to weigh in on this. So you're saying, it, just so I just want to be clear here, it's zoned for residential?
To clarify, Mr. Mayor, and to council, a portion of the property, of the southeast corner of the property is zoned, but in order to build this house and the septic system, the zone that allows a house has to be expanded, which is why we are here for a rezoning request.
Okay, so right now it's zoned to how far? The black area?
I don't know offhand.
Okay. Madam Ms. Dolch, are you able to help us?
Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of the actual location of the current zoning, I don't think we have that in the schedule right now to show you. But in terms of what the issue is obviously to expand that zone area, we have to go through our review of provincial policies, regional policies, all the policies that apply to the site. The difficulty in this situation is that the growth plan does apply on this site, and the majority of the property, there's a very small little sliver. Yeah, there's a very small little sliver, just in this area that is outside that growth plan key natural heritage feature on the provincial mapping. So within the policies of the growth plan, it states very clearly that development is prohibited within the key natural heritage feature, which is generally the position that both myself and Mr. Sullivan are at odds with.
Okay. So, is there any questions of ours? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, and
Yeah,
I
no,
was
please.
just going to state, in terms of septic, I will comment on that as well. Obviously, existing lots of record under the region's policies do have different thresholds for septic. You are correct, they do require certain acreage, but on existing lots of record, there are things such as hybrid systems that people can develop. So I did want to clarify that as well.
That's fair. Balanced comment.
Yeah.
Region is.
Yes, Councillor Baldinelli?
Through you, Mayor, to Stolch. So are these regulations newer from lessons learned? Because if I look at Google Maps and I go closer as the, was it T River or something?
T-Tree? Or T Creek?
T Creek goes towards the Chippewa Creek there, and it gets bigger and wild. And there's a lot of farmland, homes within areas of there. So is this like something that's progressed over time, saying, hey, we've done bad things, we're going to hold the key now and say no more?
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, with the provincial natural heritage system, it was something put in with the growth plan in 2019. So they kind of identified these areas, and there's large swaths of land throughout the region and the GTA as a whole. So they provided that mapping and provided the policy threshold that goes with that.
Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And to, I don't know whether it's Ms. Dolcher or the applicant, currently, how far are you away from the, like on this map, are you from the PSW?
What's the blue area, I think, up top?
Yeah, I don't know, how far are you away from the development, like from the?
Distance?
Yeah, distance.
Mr. Mayor, it's at a minimum of 30 meters. A minimum of 30 meters from the construction envelope, which is the area you can see there in the black and the gray to the PSW.
But it could be more, or no, it's 30 meters exactly, or?
You're asking between the yellow and green line, right? What's the distance from
Yeah,
green and
what is
yellow
the
line?
distance?
He said minimum 30 meters?
Minimum 30 meters,
But
yes.
do we know the exact like distance? Is it actually 30 meters right now from it? Or is it more than 30 meters?
I believe the yellow line is 30 meters, so there are portions of the construction envelope that are beyond 30 meters, and the portion of it right at the northwest corner of the construction envelope is at 30 meters.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions of council for our staff or our guest? Okay, I think, pardon me? Okay, well, I just want to make sure first we got all the questions answered. Councilor Lococo, no question?
No. Sorry, if Councillor Patel was going to go first, I'll go after her.
No, it's okay. I was thinking Council Thompson was talking, asking to speak. Let me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you have a comment, Councilor Thompson?
Yes. I think we're in premature. Have to tell them to get a light septic application for the property. That's what it's all in the region on the property is really negative.
So what you're saying is, we
Just-
shouldn't even be dealing with this. You're saying they should first apply for a septic or a hybrid tank?
Yes.
Or a holding tank or whatever?
That's what, yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. Councilor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we have two differences of opinion, like Ms. Dolch said, with the agent. And I'm thinking if there's two differences of opinion within our staff and the agent, I would like to side with staff on this because it is a very slippery slope once we start allowing development in areas that we're not supposed to. There's natural heritage features there, there's PSWs. I would put a motion forward that we accept the recommendation of our staff and support it.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second for that motion?
What was the motion again?
Do you want to repeat?
That we accept the recommendation of our staff to refuse the application.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been seconded. Do we have any discussion to the motion? The motion is to accept the staff recommendation to not allow the development. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so that's approved. So folks, council has decided on supporting the staff recommendation. Okay, Mr. Clerk, where are we off to next?
Your Worship, we'll stay within reports and go back to item 8.1.
Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to this report, and I know their staff is whether to deny it or to give them the fee waiver. You know, I think since COVID has happened, you know, the nonprofits and the charitable organizations have taken a big hit. You know, they're trying to find places where they can do events and find where they can make some funds for everything that they're doing in our community. I look at the list here, and they're all really amazing charities or nonprofits. And you look at the first one, especially with Knights of Columbus, they donate $100,000 to the hospital, which is pretty amazing. We got the YMCA, obviously with learning and childhood care. The Niagara Falls Meals on Wheels feeds our community of all ages. And the Chippewa Volunteer Firefighters Association. If you don't know about them, then you don't live in Niagara Falls, because they've helped since I was a kid. And through my boxing career and everything like that, they've helped the community. They help in all different aspects of charities. So the other one is Birchway. We were just there at the Club Italia, and the way they help women and children in Niagara is just amazing. And I think they just made over $80,000, and they keep doing different events and amazing events. And the things about this, if they didn't ask for the fee waiver, they probably wouldn't do it because they probably couldn't afford it, to tell you the truth. Big brothers and big sisters, obviously everyone knows there how you're mentoring young children as your little brother or little sister. Heart Niagara, educating and our healthy heart. And the Rotary Club, obviously Councillor Newstag and Councillor Patel know about that. And Niagara Falls Soccer Club, which is just amazing near Mitchelson. They're doing our Easter egg hunt to help out with probably the overflow from firemen. From firemen. So it's just amazing. I can't think of not supporting this. I don't know what the amount is. I think it's over $30,000 possibly that we're trying to help these different organizations. They give back to our community. If we're not going to help them, they're not going to do these events. So I will make a motion that we support this and give all the fee waiver applications. Hopefully I can get a second.
Okay, thank you. You're giving that, yep, I've got Councillor Newstag at her hand up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to add to what Councillor Strange has said, we're very fortunate to have these people. For people to do volunteer work, it takes a lot of time out of their personal life, and they're giving selflessly to help support. So this is a hand up which we speak of. Otherwise, we'd have a lot of these agencies here looking for money. So I think this is absolutely wonderful, and I think we should be there should be a thank you to all these agencies from City Council with the application. So when we're waiving the fee, to thank them from our council, saying thank you very much for being great community members. Without people like that, we wouldn't have the great community that we have. So just a great thank you to all these different organizations.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Newstag, I've got Councillor Patel and Councillor Lococo.
Mr. Mayor, actually they have mentioned the Rib Fest here, and during this Rib Fest, I'm in charge of all the drinks, so I'll be in charge of buying all the beers, wines, and everything, and I'll be getting my smart serve to serve all the drinks. So I hope everybody in this council chambers will be coming and visiting us at the beer tent. And one thing I want to mention is this waiver fees are $51,000, and they haven't changed for a while. So I would like to put this $51,000 fee waiver into our special council meeting when we're talking about social services. I would like to revisit this area too.
Okay, we can
to
do
see
that as well.
what we can do to maybe higher the number, because sometimes we have to turn up a very good charitable organization because we ran out the amount. So I think we should look at the amount again, because cost of everything is going up. So I think we should stay at least at the rate of inflation, if not more. So I would like to add this to one of our special council meeting on May 5th, I think, just this additional item on the agenda.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank
direction
you.
to staff.
Yes.
Yeah, our clerk would like to speak to this.
I just want to point out that within the report on tonight's agenda, in table number 1, it does show the 2023 budget, also $51,000, but you can see that council stayed under budget with the asks there at $33,000. We can certainly take that into consideration about re-looking at that budget, but we haven't gone over the last 2 years.
Don't tell them that. I know Jason's saying they're going to spend it. I can read his mind. Yeah, no, I'm a little concerned. Councillor Patel, now she's got her smart serve. Yeah, the other day she
hasn't got it yet. She has to
no,
get
but
it,
she's
so-
gonna get
Oh,
it,
she's gotta
and
get it.
she was making those ice cream rolls the other day. Like she's definitely
She's
opening
taking
up a
over.
restaurant. There's no. It's obvious what's happening here. It's very clear. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We definitely rely on charities to serve our community, and I'm appreciative of all of the charities that have put these forward. I'm looking at it as a process. We changed the process to do them quarterly, March, June, and September. When I look at processes, when you apply for grants, if they're not filled out completely, or if there's missing documents, you don't get the funding, and I think we really need to emphasize that, because if you look through, some organizations put a lot of thought and energy and supplied all of the information, filled out all of the sections within the application and added other ones. Other ones didn't. There were no budget, no budget, no budget, no budget, no budget, no budget, no budget. We're asking for a budget on the application, and I don't think it's fair that there's certain organizations that are giving us the budget to tell us what is their event going to cost, where are they going to get the money. There's also about a letter from the organization. Some people didn't put that in. Some people didn't fill in the 3 sections, 3, 4, and 5. So what I'd like to put forward is that the applications be completed before they come to council. I don't think it's appropriate that they come to council if they're not completely filled out. And I want to bring up one of them, and I'm not picking on anybody, I'm just looking at the idea of what they're looking for. So G, Big Brothers Big Sisters, they're looking for $970 for the meeting space. Now, my understanding is the meeting space is already discounted for our nonprofits, and this is for 8 months. This is not for a one-time thing. It's for 8 months. It's consistent. We only have so many rooms at the Gale Center at the McBain Center to rent out. So not only would we be waiving that $8,970, we now can't rent that out again, and we're going to lose another $8,000. So I'm thinking that, there's a lot of organizations that rent our rooms. Now that they have found out they can apply for this, we might get a whole bunch more. And this is a little bit different to me than the other types of fee waivers.
Okay, I've got Ms. Moldenhauer who'd like to weigh in.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. With the request from the Big Brothers Big Sisters organization, it's actually a small office we have upstairs that right now is underutilized. It's not often rented, so we did work with a group to find a space that was a good fit for us, for them in the community. And with the $8,000, it may in fact be lower if they don't need the space for the number of hours. So it could come back actually that they may only need it for half the time, so that it would be only $4,000. And I'm sure council remembers in the past, Big Brothers Big Sisters, they did have their offices at McBain, so they love actually being back in the center, and they said it's such a welcoming place for their families and for their volunteers to go to.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, that definitely makes more sense. I thought they were asking for one of our meeting rooms that other people would rent. So I guess that would be my question. Would we accept a fee waiver for an organization who was going to rent our room?
Ms. Moldenhauer, would you make that recommendation?
Thank you, through the mayor. We would, of course, look at our current utilization, and based on our current utilization, none of our larger multi-purpose rooms would be available. They would only be available probably for like an occasional rental, such as a special event.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just go back to my original. I think that if we're going to be doing it this way 3 times a year, I think we definitely need to ensure that the applications are completed in full. I don't think it's fair to the organizations that gave us all of the information, filled out the applications. So I would just like to see complete applications next time.
Okay, our CAO is going to weigh in on that as well. Yep, Mr. CAO.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, the councillor raises a good question. The reason we ask for the budget is, especially with larger ones, we may get a request for $5,000 or $6,000 to close a street down, which is real cost because we have to pay overtime to the staff. And what we want to see is that if I'm putting $5,000, that the charity's not getting $200 out of it. The challenge we have is this has been a change. Charities are traditionally difficult to work with because they're used to things being a certain way. And I think we need to develop the process a little bit better. The person asking for a $75 fee waiver, should complete kind of an easier request than the person asking for a several $1,000 fee waiver. So I take your compliments seriously. I think we do need to improve the process a bit, make it easy for some of the smaller ones, and for those large ones, make sure that we're actually getting that bang for the buck for what we're giving up. So as staff, we'll take that away.
Through the mayor to the CAO, thank you very much. For the culture committee, when they have grants, there's a micro grant for under $1,000, and it's a smaller application, requires a lot less thing, and then anything over that, it's a different type. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Was there any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, so we have a motion made by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Newestag, that we grant the requests here on the agenda. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Okay, now we go on to 8.2, water bylaw update. Recommendation that council approve the amendments that notice and service of notice to allow for sending notices through regular Canada Post mail, and Schedule A to be deleted and replaced with Schedule A attached. Looking for a motion to approve. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
I just have a question. Is there any legal issues if we're just sending it by regular mail and do not have proof? I know it talks about putting it up on the window website, or that sort of thing, but are there any legal issues? Would it not be better for us to register it to know that they've received it?
Ms. Ms. Pignarti, did you have any insight into that, or would it be Ms. Clark, or who would weigh in on this one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're not aware that there would be any legal issues, and this is a practice that Niagara Peninsula Energy and Enbridge already do, so I would think if there was a legal issue, they would also have the same concern. So we're just asking to switch to the regular mail.
Could we keep track if there are any issues, if people come back and say I didn't receive it, just to find out? Thank you.
Okay, so looking for a motion, Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Thank you, that's approved. 8.3, Statement of 2023 Remuneration and Expenses for Council Members and Commissions. Okay, motion by Councillor Patel to receive and accept, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. If there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, that's approved. 8.4, single source request. This has been deferred to the next meeting. Okay, so we can just leave that one as it is. So it's been deferred, or it's been, so we don't need to vote to defer it, do we, Mr. Clerk?
That report initially was thought to be on tonight's agenda. It was determined that it'll be on the next agenda. We didn't want to take it off and have to renumber everything and confuse everyone. So it was just listed there as a placeholder, but it'll be at a forthcoming agenda.
Good idea. Thank you. Okay, 8.5, Drinking Water System Summary Report and Overview. There are two recommendations. Councilor Lococo.
I had a couple questions, Mr. Mayor. I guess through to Mr. Nicol, what is the estimated time that we would take to replace the cast iron and the ductile iron?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's about 220 kilometers of pipe all in. I did some math just before. You know, what I need to determine is it really is determined based on our funding levels, right, and our asset management plan. At the present rate, we're at between about 5 to 7 kilometers a year, and it fluctuates on an annual basis as the needs change. So, you know, if you look at it by that rate, it's going to take quite a long time. What we need to do is to reflect that in our asset management plan infrastructure funding gap, and we need to start closing that gap so that the cast iron and the ductile iron pipe can be replaced when they reach the end of their useful life. They're not, some of those pipes are not at the end of their useful life. The ductile pipe might only be 30 or 40 years old, so it needs some maintenance so it can last until its expected life of around 75 years.
Okay, thank you. On the graph for 2024, it's approximately 40% for only 2 months. Why is that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's the water main break graph you're referring to, Councillor?
Yes.
Yeah. So for this report was prepared, you know, for with 2024 data included. We thought that would be helpful information because we track that on live, and so you could see that in 2023 we were trending down from 2022. We had 86 breaks in 22, 48 breaks in 23, and we're at 20 breaks already in 2024. I don't have any real anything other than any anecdotal reasons why we have the number of breaks. You can see in the graph, sometimes it follows seasonal patterns where we have very, very cold frost depths that reach down to about 5 feet where the water mains may reside. And sometimes we have very, very dry conditions in the summer, and the surrounding material around those pipes just isn't strong enough to support the lateral pressure on the pipes that they give out. You know, but at this point in time for 2024, we're at about 20 breaks.
Okay, thank you. So with being 20 breaks as of now, we're still in this light winter. But that's approximately 40% of last year's. Do you foresee it going past last year's because of where we are now?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I would say we would. The only thing I can predict is it will probably trend around average. It might be a bit above or a bit below average, but if I take a line across, last year was probably a bit under average, so it's likely that it might be a bit over average based on the fact that we're ahead of where we were this time last year.
Okay, a couple more questions. I know last year when we went through the water report, we talked about developing a backflow prevention program, and it was a recommendation, and it's on here again. How long is that going to take?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The backflow prevention program, we're recommending to take a risk-based approach. When you consider the number of commercial properties and the risk of those commercial properties backflowing into the system, there's risk is consequence and likelihood, right? The combination of those two. So could a Tim Hortons backflow into the system? Maybe, but not likely. But could a 80-story hotel backflow into the system? Yes, more likely because it has more water under pressure. But what the ministry is looking at is all commercial properties need to have a backflow preventer installed at a certain date. What we want to do is look at it from a risk-based approach, because it's going to cost those property owners a lot of money to install those backflow preventers. So our approach is going to be that we look at the locations where risk is highest, and then we start to develop policy language and come back to council with the backflow prevention program that we need your endorsement on, so that we can start to go and knock on the doors of those business proprietors and advise them that they're going to need to make those installations to become compliant with the city's new policies that are all in line with the provincial statements on backflow prevention.
Okay, just two more questions. There's the third-party opportunities for improvement and an internal opportunities for improvement. Does staff look at them and figure out the things that we should try to implement, or do you have to implement them?
Yes, so through the mayor, we do an annual audit, and if you have more context, Councillor, from a certain part of the report, maybe I can unpack that. Generally speaking, though, we do, we have our own internal process to do our own internal reviews of our standards, our policies, and our guidance documents. So what are we doing? What did we say we were going to do? What have we done? And what can we do better on next year? And then we bring an external auditor to review all of those things. We're happy to find ways to improve, because we don't want to become complacent, and we don't want to miss things that we've always passed this by, and now we need to go back and look at it. So we feel that it's an appropriate balance to have an internal review process and have that external auditor come in and give us those guidance and those tools to help us improve our system, so we're always delivering the highest quality water to the residents that we can. I'm not sure I've answered your question, because I don't know if I understood it completely, but that's how we use the internal and the external audit process to make things better.
Okay, thank you. And I would just like to congratulate and thank all of the staff for having a zero non-compliance. I know our staff work very hard at doing this to serve our residents, to give them clean water, so thank you very much.
Yeah, and a double-blind taste test. Our water was the best tasting. Is that right? Even better than bottled water from the springs. Is that right, Mr. Nichol?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, it won some provincial challenges,
yeah.
And that went off to the national challenges, and we were overtaken by some natural springs in Colorado or something like that. But we did very well in Niagara region for our drinking water.
Excellent. Thank you for that. So we're looking for a motion. You want to make the motion, Councillor Coco? Seconded by Councillor Campbell. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Moving on to 8.6, Ferry Street Reconstruction Tender. Motion by Councillor Thompson.
Mr.
Yes?
Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you.
Let me first get it seconded before we start.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Coco?
Yeah,
okay.
I'll second it. Councillor Newestig and I sit on the Victoria Centre BIA, and they did have a couple of concerns that they wanted me to bring forward. They were just concerned about how close it was to the deadline, how close it was to the July tourist season, that what if there are delays, are there benchmarks for them to hit, what's going to happen if they don't hit it, because that's going to be their very busy tourist time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so maybe we'll get Mr. Nichol to weigh in on that.
Yeah, thanks. And Mr. Mayor, this tendering process is very different than most of our tendering processes. We did a pre-qualification of contractors. The point of that was to ensure that any one of the bidders eligible to bid, and you can see there were 5 bidders, met a minimum criteria before we would even see a price package. So the pre-qualification process outlined all of those schedules and the detailed requirements. So it's almost a 2-layer approach where you're only qualified to bid because you knew you had to meet these deadlines. Now our contract includes all of those specifications that require them to meet those deadlines as well. So we can use our contract to manage the contractor. That said, not every contractor meets those deadlines, or there's things that come up during the contract. We're very aware of the timelines, and we're very committed to working hand in hand with the BIA so that the impacts to their businesses are mitigated. That means we can work with the contractor to do things like work on night work weekends to catch up, or potentially adjust the schedule so that we meet those deadlines. We know those deadlines going into the start of the project, so we're going to use that to guide us in every decision we make.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've got the motion seconded, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Next up is 8.7, special event parking rates and fines. Recommendation to approve the staff recommendation. Motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. 8.8, zoning bylaw amendment on Montrose Road. We did that. Thank you for that. So now we're going to the consent agenda. Motion by Councillor Thompson to move the consent agenda, seconded by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and thank you. We've approved that. Moving to item 10, communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we approve 10.1 through 10.5. Councillor Strange made the motion, second by Councillor Newestag. So we'll call the vote on those ones. All those in favor? Thank you. And I'll just quickly run through what we just approved. 10.1 was a 2022 Niagara Falls Rotary Rib Fest, a municipally significant event on June 15th through 17th. We approved the resolution Town of Lincoln, urgent need for increased funding for museums and libraries. 10.3, the flag raising request for the Philippines Independence Day on June the 12th. Flag raising request for Pride Niagara annual flag raising on June 3rd. And proclamation request Save the Soil movement. That'll take place, or that's March the 21st. Okay, moving on to communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we receive and file 11.1 through 11.8.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Coco?
I'd like to pull 11.5, please.
Okay, so let's deal with that one first then. Councillor Coco, 11.5, letter from the Ontario Ombudsman to Council. Thank you. And we do have one person registered to speak to this as well. Yes, go right ahead.
This is the second, at least the second, maybe third time that the Ombudsman has requested and urgently encouraged us to remove the $500. I know we've had discussions about the cost of our integrity commissioner complaints, and that we thought that it was thought that the $500 would deter people from registering complaints. The idea behind it was supposed to be that it should not deter residents from filing a complaint, and $500 is a lot of money, and it will deter that. I did some quick research, and I'm wondering if we can get some more research. Like, I looked at Welland from certain time periods. I was wondering if a direction to staff, can we get some statistics from other municipalities about the number of integrity commissioner complaints that are filed and how much they are as well? I'd like to get an idea about how many, and then see how much their filing fee is to see if it actually deters.
Well, we could. I don't know if we need a motion or if that's direction. That's some actual work.
Sure, I'll put a motion forward.
And we did deal with this, as you know, at the last term of council, with this specific issue, because we were having an issue with hundreds of thousands of dollars for legal bills.
Yes, I do
for
know.
These, and that was our major concern.
I do understand
So
that.
well, before we can deal with that, I mean, so you're talking about a notice of motion. So you would do that under
Okay, I'll
notice
put that
of-
under notice of motion if you'd like, but again, I'll go back to the urgent encouragement from the Ombudsman for us
Yeah,
to...
they haven't changed their tune.
They
that's
haven't
for
changed
sure.
their tune, and I agree with the Ombudsman that the $500 should be decreased, and then I'll bring that up as a notice of motion for later on.
Okay, so why don't we deal with that one first, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered if like, I know from being on council a few years when we had it down to $200, and then even vexatious ones, they were getting their money back. And people were kind of rubbing it and throwing it in our faces too. And the amount of money it was costing was just ridiculous. And I don't know if our city clerk, in his opinion, could maybe tell us the difference probably from this council term, or since we implemented the $500 to the $200, and maybe see any kind of difference.
I don't, Mr.
in his
Chair.
opinion.
Clerk, if you have any insight.
Yeah, looking back to when council implemented the $200 filing fee, there was roughly, I think, 8 or 9 complaints filed when that fee was $200. Since then, in 2022, when the $500 fee was imposed, we're roughly at about the same number. We're at 9. A couple of those have been by council themselves over the years, but they're roughly about the same right now. Of course, the costs involved during that time where we had those $200 filing fee complaints, there's 8 or 9 of them there. The city spent just over $90,000 to the Integrity Commissioner to investigate those complaints, during which time I think there was 1 violation to the code. Since then, with the $500, again, a couple of those were by council, so there'd only be about 7 there that where the public had submitted their $500. The city has spent over $135,000. And again, I think there was 1 violation against a former councillor that was submitted by council. So that just gives you some rough ideas. I think every municipality would be different. I don't know that we could really look at anything other than just comparing statistics. I don't know that we could draw too many conclusions there.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And I just want to kind of respond. What kind of work goes into, you know, the filing and all that sort of stuff? Like, is it something that's really a lot of time and effort? You know, because, you know, when people are putting the money in, and then, you know, the time and effort's going to the staff and using up, you know, they can't be doing other things. I know it's one of your jobs, but what kind of time is put into this?
Again, it's hard to judge. Depends on the complaint. You can see that on tonight's agenda, 11.4, there is a report from the Integrity Commissioner, and that complaint started in the first quarter of 2023. So it's taken a number of months for that to be completed. Obviously, it's the Integrity Commissioner and his office that deals with the most time, hence the, in some cases, the large invoices that we get. From a clerk's perspective, you know, I would be dealing with the complaints as they first come in. I do have a little bit of back and forth with the Integrity Commissioner, and again, depending on the complaint. So it's not a tremendous amount of staff time, but it is a tremendous amount of Integrity Commissioner time, and then that bill getting sent to the city and to the taxpayer.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. And I had Ms. Pignarti had her hand. I just wanted to see, did you want to weigh in on this one, Ms. Pignarti?
Thank you, through the chair. Very briefly, filing fees are actually authorized under the Municipal Act. We have a fees and charges regulation under the Municipal Act. So statutorily, the city is authorized to impose a filing fee. It is legal, and it is intended to cover resources and administrative costs of processing any kind of application. So we charge a filing fee for various applications and projects that city staff have to undertake, and they go towards those costs that the city staff have to administratively expend in order to deal with the application or the claim, okay. Including processing these types of complaints.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, my question is, how much is this costing our taxpayers? According to Mr. Clerk, since 2022, with $500 fee, it has costed taxpayers $136,000 just in 2 years. Can you imagine if we didn't have these fees in place? Then you know what? The real complaints will get washed off in frivolous claims, and the cost of all the claims will be outrageous. I can't even imagine if we didn't have $500 fees, we would have complaints after every meeting, 10 complaints. And what this does is it prevents residents to use this against individual councillors or entire council as vendetta. That's the way I see it. If there is a real complaint, that should not be done without any investigation. You have to investigate if there's a real complaint. But if we do not have fees, then real complaints will get washed down within the frivolous complaints, right? Look at the small claims court. They have fees to file a claim. They have actually different fees for infrequent claimants and frequent claimants because I guess they have figured out something that we haven't. And can you imagine the court costs are so much. When you look at the judges and to run the entire court, it's lots of cost. $1,000 per claim is not going to pay for the court cost. What it does, it just prevents people from bringing the fraudulent claims forward. And what happens in a court system is when people go to small claims court and when whatever happens in the final decision, court is costing the taxpayers. The same thing what's happening here with the Integrity Commissioner is costing the taxpayers. By the end of the day, these fees are not for preventing Integrity Commissioner complaints. It's just for making people rethink the complaints. All they can do is pick up the phone and call Mr. Clerk and find out what actually happened in a meeting. Mr. Clerk will explain to them instead of just filing a complaint. And according to my observation, the council should all the councilors shall hold themselves at the highest level of integrity. So it is not about us not being under the microscope. It's just about not wasting taxpayers' money. That's why we have fees into place. That's my observation.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Do you have any other comments of council? So there's a recommendation here that we receive. Mr. Clerk, did we get a cost on how much this report cost from the Ombudsman? Did we get, do we have a cost on that? Did we receive the bill?
If you're referring to the Integrity Commissioner report at 11.4, we only have an estimate in it at this time. Of course, the findings from the Integrity Commissioner were to dismiss the complaint, and we're looking at about $15,000 so far just for that complaint that's, like I said, taken since the first quarter of last year.
For one he's determined to be frivolous.
Yes, and I know the the Ombudsman's office is suggesting that we empower the Integrity Commissioner to make those determinations about being frivolous or vexatious or dismissing a complaint. But in every case that I've seen, the Integrity Commissioner still goes through a process to determine that. And that process is still time consuming, and that process still comes at a cost. Just to echo the solicitor's comments, when you ran for mayor, Your Worship, you had to submit a $200 filing fee. If we didn't have a fee in place, and that's the province imposing that fee, that's not the municipality, I think we would see pages and pages of people running for mayor just so that people could see their name on the ballot. So in some cases, we do have filing fees. If you were late in submitting your financial statements, you'd have to pay a fee of $500 to submit that. So we've seen it in other areas. Other municipalities also charge a fee.
No, thank you for that. So I know also we have a speaker here wishes to address council on this matter. Is that right? Yes. Mr. Burdette. So if you'd like to come to the microphone. So we do have a 5-minute time limit. Sure.
Is this on right now?
It is
okay.
On. Yes, welcome.
So I'll just read what I've written. Council, this is a brief of 4 topics for your consideration to assist the administration in correcting errors within the Code of Conduct policy. I would appreciate being able to complete the presentation and will be available on completion should you have any questions. Topic 1. An observation and comparison of 2 early resolution methods related to the events described within the Ombudsman's report. A situation occurred where 2 councillors managed to provoke an IC complaint at the same time. Despite any misgivings he may have had, Councillor Thompson took the time out of his busy schedule to personally visit me at my establishment. We discussed in great lengths each other's perspectives on the issues and concluded that no further actions were required. The complaint was dismissed with very little expenditure of resources. The other councillor's method of early resolution was somewhat different. No effort whatsoever to participate in an early resolution process occurred, despite even being invited to do so. Needless to say, The complaint did not result in an early resolution and resulted in considerable resources by multiple parties occurring. Topic 2, the Ombudsman's report. This administration should show more respect to the resources, wisdom, and experience of the Ombudsman's office and consider themselves fortunate that such a service is provided free of charge. Instead, you disregard the advice of the largest, most experienced investigative counseling organization in the entire province. This administration even had the audacity to respond to the Ombudsman's report with a response that shouldn't even be allowed to appear on the agenda. I have initiated 2 opportunities for this administration to correct many of the errors within the code. The administration corrected several errors with the first opportunity, but it failed to correct the $500 filing error. It now has a second chance. Until the filing fee error is corrected, this administration will continue to be provided with opportunities until it corrects the error. By correcting the error, you will also be eliminating the necessity for it to be provided further opportunities to do so. I would appreciate it if the administration would correct the filing fee error this time. The administration's response letter. Known abusers to the system. That's in the letter. Reprimanding a code of conduct applicant is a violation of the code of conduct, if not a violation of other statutory legislation. This administration has expended resources to create a list of frequent users of the code of conduct policy and, without any apparent authority to do so, has deemed them abusers of the system. There appears to be no other purpose for this administration to create such a list other than to use it to reprimand code of conduct applicants, which is what this administration may have just done by using it to influence council's decision to amend the code of conduct policy. By my understanding, no council member was involved in the creation of the list, nor has any council member endorsed it, so no code of conduct complaint. But the administration has certainly provoked an ombudsman's complaint and almost certainly an IPC hearing by their actions. Lastly, to demonstrate to the administration a possible inherent error to the code of conduct process that may need to be corrected. All council members have read the Campbell versus Burdett complaint and are fully versed on the code of conduct policy. Can any council member, without outside assistance, right now state whether I am entitled to a refund of the filing fee or not, and explain why?
So our current policy, you're not entitled to it. It was deemed vexatious, frivolous by the Integrity Commissioner, and that was the final ruling from him. We're still waiting for the bill, which you heard it's going to be worth significantly more than the $500 that you paid.
I'm here for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Burdett? You have questions, Councillor Thompson?
He mentions my name, and he didn't $500 to the pay, and he was thinking I was in the same thing with Campbell. I was the chairman for the Fallsview BIA, and I read in the paper he wanted to come to the Fallsview BIA, and I got the information and sent it to the clerk, and he said he could come, and I called him directly, and he didn't answer the phone, and I said, you can come to the meet in the city clerk will be, would you, in touch with you. The bill, did you send it? That he could go to the Falls View meeting. And I told him directly, and he's still standing there, mention my name.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Thank you, thank you. We're gonna finish this. We're done with this. Thank you, thank you. Do we have any?
Am I entitled to respond to what he says?
Well, well, yes, but is there anything to be gained at this point? I mean, we're just, we're gonna have to decide on what we're doing with
I just want to mention that I didn't actually understand what he said.
Yeah, I understand that. I appreciate that.
You didn't understand what you were doing.
Nothing to be gained. Is there any questions of Mr. Burdette? Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Burdette? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll vote on this one separately. So we're looking for a motion to receive for information. Okay, motion by Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Patel. Did you want to, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And the remainder of the communications and comments to the city clerk, looking for a motion 3.1 through 3.8 as the clerk recommends that we receive and file. Councillor Patel, Councillor Baldinelli. So we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, bless you. That's approved. Thank you for that. And on to 12, communications and comments to the city clerk. We have one comment here, Mr. Clerk, memo from the Seniors Advisory Committee. Let me just call that up here. Excuse me. So did you want to just explain? It's a recommendation on the fares.
Yeah, I don't know if for general manager, I don't know if Kathy, you want to speak to that, but
Ms. Moldenhauer?
Thank you. Through to the mayor. The this memo came from the Seniors Advisory Committee, and they're requesting that the Niagara Region Transit Commission establish a discounted seniors fare for the entire region. So that's why it has to go to the region. I don't know if our councillors on the committee would like to speak to it.
Yes, Councillor Campbell?
Actually, that was brought up today at the meeting, and I think that a request, formal request. Microphone, please, Council.
Microphone,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm sure that a request, an official request from this council would help in the decision-making process.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we do that then? So there's a recommendation that Niagara Falls City Council requests the Niagara Regional Transit Commission establish a discounted seniors fare that's competitive with others in the Golden Horseshoe and seek the endorsement of all other local area municipalities in Niagara Region. Okay, so moved by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Campbell. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, and that's unanimous. Thank you. And then we do have a resolution here, 13.1. Mr. Clerk, did you want to walk us through that one?
Yeah, this is a resolution brought forward from our planning staff, just advising that a public meeting was held back in January to consider a zoning bylaw amendment application to facilitate the development of a 30-story mixed-use building on Ferry Street. And the attached resolution is required to deem changes that are reflected in bylaw on tonight's agenda, 2024-31, as being minor and exempt the requirement for further notice for the purpose of the permitting a maximum lot coverage of 80% and the insertion of a 3-year sunset clause.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion to approve the resolution, just as read by our clerk. Motion by Councillor Newestag, second by Councillor Campbell. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And we've already done ratification. Is that right, Mr. Clerk? So notice of motions and new business. So we'll go to Councillor Lococo. Okay, well, you've already got one on the agenda. Yes, you're right. Thank you for that. Okay, notices of motion. Councillor Baldinelli.
This is concerning the municipal combination tax in Niagara Falls. This tax provides funding for the promotion of tourism in our city. This match should also support the programs and services that visitors take advantage of when visiting our city. So I'd like to make a notice of motion that staff bring an update on the current practices and to explain our options for that match and its best practices. We need to make sure that we continue to be a clear leader in this province.
Okay, so that's your notice of motion. So, Mr. Clerk, do you need anything else at this point? No? Okay, so you've got that in writing. Any other notices of motion? Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
To that?
No, when you were asking for notices of motion, Councillor Baldinelli put his hand up first. I had mine second.
Oh, so you have a notice of motion?
I do, yes.
Okay, so go right ahead, Councillor.
Sorry about that. We've had a lot of discussions today about affordable housing, and I'd like to put a notice of motion forward that we review the housing strategy. It was done a few years ago. We have new councillors here. Even if it's for education and information, I'm not saying change anything, but just let's have the discussions about exactly what our housing strategy is and why those affordable targets were in there, the prices, so we can review it and educate ourselves and be informed.
Okay,
so
thank you.
That's my first one.
Mr. Clerk, is that all you need? Or
I'll send it because I
Okay.
just made that up tonight.
Yep. Okay.
And then the second one is I'd like to prepare, have a report prepared on integrity commissioner reports, complaints, the numbers of them, and from different cities and the cost, just to get an idea of what other municipalities are going through and what their filing fee is. So
Okay.
those are my two notice of motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just recently, well, not recently, in the last year, I've been noticing that our council meetings have been lasting longer and longer and longer, especially when you get, developments that we have today. You get delegates that are coming and speaking, and I just would like to look at ways that we can actually speed up some of the agenda items. I notice, we have a 5-minute limit for the public to speak, but yet myself can get up and I can go speak for half an hour if I want. I just like to look at different ways for our procedural bylaw, even if it's speeding up the process, whether we ask questions, write them down beforehand, get the answers ahead of council so we're not duplicating questions. I think there's a lot of places where we can make up time. I know Welland, I think they only allow the councillors to talk for 5 minutes. I think there's better ways that we can have healthier conversations and just get everything. And so I'd like to make a motion to bring back the procedural bylaw and maybe look at other places and we can just make it more.
So notice of motion.
Notice of motion, sorry.
Yeah, we don't, okay. We don't need it's just a notice, yeah.
Just to speed up things where we can.
Yeah.
And where we can't, we can't. I know during budget we have a lot of questions, but we ask those questions a lot of the times and in camera. We don't have to re-ask those, or just get the questions to our department heads ahead of time so they know what's coming up. I think there's a lot of ways we can speed this up, and we don't have these marathon meetings till midnight sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Are you good with that, Mr. Clerk? You don't need, yep.
Yeah, I'll just comment by saying some of those tools already exist within the procedural bylaw, but we can certainly bring back a report to tighten those up and make other suggestions.
Once we do the motion. That was the notice of motion, right? Okay. And to that point, at the region, we have 10 minutes, including staff comments backwards. So it's 10 minutes, period. Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you always say when we hit all these, we go to all the grand openings for the small business. Small business is the backbone of our city. Mm-hmm. So I've recently received some complaints or suggestions from the merchants of Cummington Square and Chippewa. And their concern is paid parking in Cummington Square. They claim the undersigned, hereby, I have a petition received by them, hereby request the City of Niagara Falls remove all paid parking currently in place adjacent to Cummington Square. We are of the opinion the current parking situation impedes the growth of our business in the square. So I'd like to make a notice of motion if we can direct staff to look at this situation and how best we can serve the small businesses of that particular area of our city. They also highlight that it's paid just through Monday through Friday, but weekends it's free. But anyway, we can leave that.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, you've got what you need for that notice of motion?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. Any other notices of motion? Okay, no. And how about new business? Is there any new business? Because that's part of this one as well. Yes, Councillor Patel?
I think it's the same repeated thing I say all the time. Welland just got their housing build faster fund.
Yeah.
So did St. Catharines.
Yes.
And they all reached Welland reached over 200% of the target. St. Catharines reached 80% of the target. And I think we fell short at 68 or 63%.
Oh, we're not so sure about that. So let's let Ms. Dolch weigh in. We did speak with the Minister Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs, and we have a difference of opinion. We think, well, I'll let the general manager say what we think. What do we think?
Thank you, Your Worship. So what we do think is we have met the target. We've actually exceeded our target, but we have provided the stats and documentation to them. So some things that we're missing out of our calculations that were provided to the ministry were additional dwelling units above commercial. There's long-term care beds. There's also the shelter beds. So all those beds we feel would qualify. They have identified that long-term care beds do qualify. So we're just waiting for some correspondence back. We've sent emails, text messages, phone calls, trying to get a response. So I do know they're looking at it, so hopefully we'll hear soon.
Ms. Dolch is harassing the minister is what she's trying to say. So
well, she's doing her job good.
And she said it won't stop. So she's, yeah.
So this clears up the one question that we had. I know Councilor Pietrangelo asked that we did hit our target, but what are they looking for? Is the housing that are built or housing that are approved? So I think housing that started, right? That's what it is?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So my understanding is housing that's started. It's not just permits issued, but housing that's construction that's started.
So while you're standing, how does it look for 2024?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. We are looking quite good. We do have a report coming, a quarterly report on April 9th, so we'll provide you some more information. But we feel that the permits are, we have quite a few permits going ahead. The issue is this construction has to start, so we want to make sure we'll be monitoring the foundation inspections.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other new business of council? Okay, no. So we move along to motions. So we'll go Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I brought this notice of motion forward because we've been talking about our budget and the economy, and we've asked our CAO to go back and find $1 million. We looked at some cost savings with the new generation 911. We're looking at a lot of things. I think it's really challenging to ask our staff to go back and find some cuts when they're working on our strategic priorities and our master plans. Some of the master plans are 5 and 10 years. I think maybe our priorities have changed from 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So I think if you look at your household finances and something happens, you rearrange your priorities. You might put something on hold. You might decide not to do something. And that's all I'm asking is that council look at the strategic priorities and the master plans. I'm not saying we're going to find cuts there, but I think it's a good place to start because I think it's very unfair for our staff to go and cut things when we've already given them the approval to move forward with things. I think we have to cut the initiatives before our staff can find significant savings. I think it would be very helpful to go through that process. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second for that motion? Do we have a second for Councillor Lococo's motion? Okay, it looks like it doesn't have a second, Councillor. So yes, Councillor Strange.
Can I still speak to it? Or?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to hear maybe someone from staff just going over our strategic priorities. They've just worked on it the last few months hard. I don't want to take away from that. If you're looking over different departments and looking up for savings, we've already requested our CAO to do that himself, and we're already getting direction. So I know with the firefighters, we didn't pass that, but they're in their department, they're looking for savings as part of that motion we did. So I think that You know, we're waiting for our CEO, I'm sure, to find some more from every department, and hopefully every other department will come up with some savings as well. I know our recreation, you know, with our pool, you know, there's like a 900,000 savings there from not getting a new pool there, right? And we couldn't fix the pool. We know there's going to be some demolition and filling and stuff like that. But I think it's to do something with every department, like our CEO is trying to do. I agree with. I would hate to go over the strategic priorities, which all of staff have put so much work into.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, the bylaws. Looking to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And now we're looking for adjournment, is that right? Adjournment. Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Thompson, enthusiastically. All those in favor? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.